Hello. Welcome. Welcome to video games. Okay, I'm here. So, how's it going, chat? I sure wish I could sleep with consistency. That'd be pretty neat. I had one good day of sleep, and then is back to bad sleep again. Is back to bad sleep again. Maynos, congratulations like getting first. And hello. Hi, Oblivion Bird, Javados, Sonata and Dante, Golden Creme, Great Joe. Greetings. Well enough, that's good. Yeah, I slept like maybe 5 hours, not enough. It's not the worst, but it's not enough. My brain doesn't do too well on 5 hours. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. But you know, I'm here. I'm streaming. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing really, but I'm here. I think that sums up a lot of things in life. It's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm here. You know? I think that's a fucking mood. That's a real fucking mood. That's your regular? Oh, that's rough, Minos. I also hope the next EAP is longer, because good lord. Hi, screensaver. Man. So yeah, today is just another fucking whatever the hell I want kind of stream, or whatever the hell. Because like, all my planned stuff is like involves brain power and like requires that I get a bare minimum of like maybe 6 or 7 hours of sleep. So you know, your stuff like your Bubsy 2 and or maybe checking out Moonchild is not on the It's not on the itinerary today because you need to have an amount of sleep to play games like that. And same with the GameCube. The GameCube requires particular kind of rest. So nothing of that nature can occur. So it has to be other bullshit instead. Yeah, wage slaving. I just wish that the wage slaving involved you getting more rest. That's what I wish. But yeah, so probably gonna be like, I have some idea of what I might be doing, because there's a few games that I can play that don't require immense brain power, but I definitely don't just want the stream to be only me playing, like, you know, Mario World or Donkey Kong. I'm probably gonna play one or two of those pretty soon here, but you know, I want to play other stuff. And also chatting is cool too. So, you know, Meager Man 3. Yeah, there's a free Sumi bucks, that's right. Getting those free Sumi bucks. And, you know, we're done with the Half-Life 2 stuff, so that's all over with. We finished that. We did the whole thing. We did Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Half-Life 2 Episode 2 with all those fun mods. It's like I said, in the future, I would like to revisit... revisit Half-Life 2 with, like, mods that are different, like, in gameplay and shit, and also the many, like, you know, just Half-Life 2 mods that were just like campaigns and stuff, you know, like with their own maps, their own story stuff, all that shit. I never looked at like any of those, so I think it would be pretty cool to check those out in the future, you know, once we've had Half-Life 2 cool off a bit. You know, because we did a lot of it recently. So I already did the co-op one. I did Sven co-op with Gamma Chris, not only doing Half-Life 1 all the way up to Zen where we stopped, and but we also did do the uplink or whatever it's called, or decay or whatever the fuck it was called. We did that in Sven co-op. There's like a map for it. Like somebody recreated it in Sven co-op and we did it there. Next best thing. Yeah, we did uplink. Gamma Chris and me did uplink like a year ago or 2 years ago. Something like that. It's been a while, but we did indeed do that. So, you know, there is a VOD for that on the YouTube. So, you know, if you ever wanted to see that, it's there. Hello, dude. I have streamed Opposing Force and Blue Shift. Those are very old streams at this point. They're like probably 3-4-year-old streams. They were pretty early into me when I started doing streaming more seriously. So they're definitely very different vibe. And, you know, I also have the, you know, my previous voice and stuff in there and all that good stuff. But I did do them. I'm not opposed to doing them again, but I think perhaps we need a cool off from Half-Life because I don't want people to get a little too burned out. Gotta change it up. I think when I do another FPS, it's probably going to be like more Doom. There's plenty of Doom stuff. I would like to do more Doom stuff. I'm a little bit not as enthused, though, to do Doom 2 and Doom 64. I'm not sure if I'm strong enough. Those have a lot of really frustrating switch puzzle solving things in them. And the map design's not as great, not as engaging or exciting for me. So I'm a little hesitant to do those, but there's still plenty of other Doom-related things, many different mods and stuff of that nature. I do believe that would be a true statement, Great Joe. Very true indeed. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. It's been some months since I've done anything with Doom. I did like Doom in like January or something, wasn't it? Or like February. But yeah, so I could do some more Doom stuff sometime in the future. Maybe not too long from now. And we'll have to figure out what that ends up looking like, I suppose. Failing that, there's plenty of first-person shooters that I own. I have so many, some of which even run on the GZ Doom engine or a fork of it. Or they run on Quake stuff or things of that nature. So, you know, there's all kinds of cool things like that. And yeah, there is more Serious Sam that could be explored. I have every Serious Sam game pretty much. And I only gone through the first couple. There is regrettably also a Serious Sam game on the GameCube. And I'm going to have to play it in its worst state when I already have the better version on PC that I could play instead. So yeah, there's Serious Sam 2 on the GameCube. Eventually I have to do that. So yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Thank you for that 3-stream streak, dude. But yeah, there is more Serious Sam. There's a bunch of the funny little indie games. There are the there's the third game. There's the fourth game. All these things I do have. So they're available, they're there. But yeah, so that's pretty much, there's so many games. I could also replay Dusk. I only did Dusk once, and it was also way back when, like 4 years ago or some shit. So I could replay Dusk again. That was really good. So, you know, there's all kinds of fun options and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's, there's lots of video game. Did you know there's a lot of cool video game out there? Many things to look forward to and experience. Many fun streams in the future. It would be nice to for Serious Sam to do more online co-op stuff with that, because it does feel like those games generally you get more out of them when you play with people. So whenever I do more Serious Sam, I definitely need to get at least one other person for that, if not more than that. We'll see. I don't want to go too crazy with that because it gets difficult to schedule it, and the tactical issues could increase and things of that nature. But yeah, there are at least 2 video games. It's true. There's at least 2 of these things. But yeah, so it's it do be like that sometimes. There's just an infinite, endless amount of game. But you know, at least there are still affordable video games to buy. I yesterday, instead of streaming, I played a big batch of Pragmata again, and I did the post game. I finished the post game of Pragmata, and I messed around with its New Game Plus mode for a bit, and then I tried out the max difficulty that you unlock when you beat the game. And I tried that out for a bit and beat the first boss on the max difficulty. So that was fun. Pragmata continues to be a very good video game. I am still enjoying the video game after having beaten it and playing it in other ways and doing more things with it. It is, in fact, probably safe to say one of Capcom's best games in like a decade. Maybe longer than a decade. So I'm a pretty big fan of Pragmata. It's a real fucking good video game. They did a lot of things really correct with that. It's just a very fucking well-made game. And it just has so much variety in like the options with how you can approach the combat. And nothing really feels like it's a terrible choice, which is really rare for a game that, like an action game. Most action games tend to have very obvious, these are way better than everything else, and if you don't take these things, then everything else fucking sucks. Like, you know. And Pragmata doesn't really have this problem as far as I have seen. I've been trying out a lot of different things with it, and it feels like many things are very viable. So you're not just like stuck feeling like you have to do just one thing, because that is the problem with so many of these games. There's so many of these games, there's just a build, or there's a certain weapon or two or something that just completely overshadow everything else, and there's no reason to use any other stuff. So it's really good that they managed to strike a very good balance with the different stuff that you can use in the game. So, hey, Mr. Taco, thank you for the 20 streak. Yes, Henry Hatworth and the puzzling adventure, exactly. Hello, Tommy Fists. Welcome. But yeah, so I highly recommend Pragmata, and kind of awesome that it's a $60 US game, but also on PC, if you do any remote shopping around, you can get it for like 50 USD, which is basically what I paid for it. And very good value. Very good value. Amazing Capcom released a game that wasn't the new full price that everybody's been pushing, including them with most of their games. It's amazing they managed to make something that doesn't fucking suck. And is really good and is not super duper expensive. Way to go, Capcom. Great job. We're all proud of you. But yeah, so highly recommend that. Lots and lots of fun. Very impressive all in all. Certainly one of my favorite things Capcom's done in ages. I do expect to get a lot of replay value out of this game over the years. I'm feeling like long-term Pragmata has enough replay value and longevity in it that I would probably, like, this could be another RE4 original for me. Like a game I could just spend over many years, hundreds of hours, like replaying and fucking around with and stuff. I could certainly see it. Of course, though, if I were to play this game, you know, substantially more in the future, I would like to have a better PC for it when such a thing exists. As it does max out my GPU whenever I'm playing it. Like it's always riding it around 100%. So that's a whole thing. Things are trending in a reasonably okay direction, I suppose. The game industry is still going to crash, but at least we're seeing a bit of a reprieve in the prices from a few of these people. Yeah, the mythical better computer, yes. Like, my PC is pretty powerful and pretty strong overall. I'm not going to, like, pretend that it isn't. You know? I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. But the GPU is definitely the weakest point at this time. On a regular launch 3080, it's a Gigabyte Vision OC 3080 10 gigabyte, and I've had it for like 6 years. It's getting up in age. It's pretty old. It's still working as far as I can tell. It is still functioning. It's still a pretty good card, yes. It is showing its age, but it's still a pretty good card. I just do a lot of wild, demanding things. That's all. So it would be nice to have more juice, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for whatever the next AMD generation is, whenever that comes out, which could be a while. I'm going to wait for that, hope it's good, hope it's affordable, and then get it, if I can. It'll be so easy to get it because I definitely don't have to be concerned, like, with other things, like, you know, fucking getting a new TV at some point. That's going to be so cheap to get a new TV. It's going to be the cheapest thing ever. But, you know, all in good time. All in good time. Nothing's happening right now. It's not a big rush at the moment. Everything's fine. But yeah. Yeah, that fucking TV stuff is fucking painful. Fucking that TV fucking dying. Like, it's not dead yet, but it is dying. It's depressing. It's fucked up. I fucking hate that that's the thing that's happening, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The only thing you can do is just fucking get a new one eventually. Yeah, they're trying to mitigate it. They're trying to not die screaming, it's true. But yeah, the 3080 is still a solid card overall. It's a solid GPU. It's pretty good to be stuck on a 3080 compared to what else people have been stuck with. Man, my nose is doing some weird stuff at the moment. Give me a moment to clear this up. Sorry about that. I'm also getting a text message now. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about how everything's expensive and that things eventually die and they need to be replaced, and some things die unjustly, and everything's terrible, but some things are okay. And so on. Oh well. Oh well. What are you gonna do? So. TVs are less inflated than PC components. It's true. It's just that I paid like almost 2,000 Canadian dollars for that TV, and it should not be dying the way that it is dying. It is completely unfair. And you know, to get an upgrade, it's going to cost about the same amount of money again. And that's basically the gist and what makes that suck so badly. It'll be nice to have a better TV eventually, but it sucks that I feel I'm in like a position where it's going to be forced or I won't have a TV eventually. And probably what will end up happening is I just won't have a TV for a while again, because like I'm not going to just be able to magically muster up, you know, a fucking, what'll probably end up being with tax like a $2,200, $2,300 expense to get something that's like better and, you know, the same size. So that's kind of a bummer. But, and for those who are not aware of what the issue is, I've talked about before. Basically, it's getting a shit fuck ton of dead pixels all on the edges of the screen. So like it's been accumulating a whole bunch of these, and some of them are very noticeable, and but like they're only noticeable on the edges, and they're not like visible to where the focal point of your eye is. So it's not the most obvious thing all the time, but it is going to get to the point where it will be, and then it will not be something that you can watch because it's going to be unwatchable. It's going to like literally like fucking, you're going to see like a fucking big black spot everywhere, or multiple black spots on the TV. So it's eventually going to just die. I just don't know how much time it has left, I guess. So that's basically the deal with that TV. So it's like not even, it's like an OLED, and it's not even like burnt in or anything. I just got bad luck, and I got like a bad fucking TV off the production line. Like it shouldn't be doing this in the first place. But alas, it is the situation that I've been dealt, and that is what it is. So, yeah, that's how it is. At least my 3080 seems to be fine. There was a big scare with my 3080 back in like November, where I was half convinced it was dying, but it seemed to have just been NVIDIA's vibe-coded drivers. So it just seemed to be that, and it wasn't anything else. On occasion, I still get a somewhat similar issue to what I get to what I got back like around November, December, but it's very rare, and it's clearly just their vibe coded drivers. It's not like a hardware thing, so I'm not really concerned about it. It's whatever. It's very clearly just on their end. And apparently I'm being told that the new AMD CPU that they just came out with is not really better at anything than the previous CPU that came out, and they're charging $900 for it. That's pretty awesome. Great job. Great job, AMD. I love the computer hardware industry. We all love the computer hardware industry. But yeah. So, I'm thinking, is there any other random nonsense things I can talk about? Maybe, probably. Yeah, that do be the CPU, although I think it's a 9.9, not a 9.8, but yeah. Maybe it is a 9.8 though, I don't fucking remember, but I think it's a 9.9. I guess I also saw that the it's pretty funny, you know, looking at Blue Sky, and there's like almost every day now there's like a major problem that Blue Sky has, whether it be like an intermittent outage or it has like it has like a fucking like another technical issue, like images don't load, videos don't load kind of thing, which is what was happening yesterday. Blue Sky sure has been going through it. It's sure been experiencing things. Man, I'm at the point with Blue Sky where I'm like, I'm glad that the platform exists and that there are people who follow me on it and pay attention to my posting on it. However, if Blue Sky died, I wouldn't really think much of anything or feel much of anything about it. To me, it's sort of whatever. So yeah, like Blue Sky doesn't really seem to give a shit about improving anything that they're doing, so I'm like kind of very ambivalent about it if it actually dies. I'm having my fun with it, and I've had fun with it, but if it just kicks the bucket, it's sort of like, I mean, they deserve it. They've only done this to themselves. They're like, they're basically inflicted with confusion and damaging themselves like it's Pokemon. So, you know. Yeah, the 9800X3D is still like the best one, at least for gaming. So yeah, I mean, you can stay on a CPU for a pretty long time. Compared to most other PC parts, you can be on a fucking CPU for like quite a long time. I've had many computer builds where I'm on the same CPU for like 6 years, 7 years, or whatever. And, you know, while there can be advancements or improvements and stuff, it's like, it's not as insane, especially these days. Yeah, that makes sense, Bosmani Racing here. Hello, hello. Man, I'm just thinking, there was something I was going to mention or say, and I keep forgetting what it was. Sometimes it do be like that. Yeah, that makes sense, Tommy Fist. That's basically been my experience with a lot of CPU stuff whenever I've done upgrades. Like, I was previously using an AMD 3900X, and I was getting by with it just fine. Like, I was doing pretty well with it. The only reason I changed was because I didn't want to have to buy a motherboard that I already purchased for the same amount of money like 5 years ago and have it be a dead-end platform. So I decided that I was going to do a platform upgrade because of that. Hence why I'm on a 7800X3D right now. I got the 7800X3D because the 9800X3D did not come out until a year later, or like 8 months later or something like that. So I ended up going with that, and because it was an urgent need and I needed to do it quickly, I was not willing to wait for the 9800X3D, even though I knew it was coming. So I'm like using the 7800X3D, and on average it's like 10 to 11% like less performance than the 9800X3D. Not like the most insane of gains going from that. So I should be fine on the CPU for a long time, unless I really felt like I needed to get a CPU that had a lot more cores on it. And there's a few use cases I have for that, but it's not really worth it when I could just make a second PC. Hyena squid. So that's kind of where I'm at with all that. Is if I did feel like I needed a better CPU, I would just use my 3900X and do a build for that on a second PC, which I've talked about many times in the past. And I'm not in a big rush to do that. It would be nice, but it's like, and useful for many things, but it's not something that's like critical. It, something to think about down the road. Would it be convenient though? Yeah, I don't really know what other lower end CPUs are like, but an X3D chip does help. Like an X3D chip does make a difference. So that 3D cache, it's pretty powerful. It's pretty useful for gaming. I'm a fan. It is indeed pretty cash money. Man, I know that I have them, but I really need to get like a more consolidated, organized list of games that I can stream when I'm fucking tired like I am today and when I don't know what I want to fucking do. I need to like make a list of games where like, okay, these are the games that are good games to stream when I feel like shit. Because I don't have enough of those in my mind when these things come up. So at some point I should probably make a list of like games that are in that category of like, yeah, I could play this tired, you know? Definitely something that needs doing. Much to think about, much to consider. Because I know there's definitely like an okay amount of those. It's not just like, you know, a few 2D platformers I've played a shitload of times, you know? There's clearly other options. So, you know. But yeah, I'm just sleepy today. I just took a sip of a very mediocre dog shit energy drink mix that I've had for a while. Because buying actual normal energy drinks is way too goddamn expensive, so I have to buy like cheaper bulk stuff. It is vaguely passable. But I need the extra juice today. Shatterhand is a little intense. That's a little intense. I don't know about that. That's a little much. I know that's the joke, but exactly, screensaver. The must emergency list. Yes. But yeah, otherwise there's like some games that I would love to stream more of right now, but it's like I'm just too tired for that. I wouldn't play well enough. Like, I really do want to play more and stream more of that Ground Zero game, the fucking Resident Evil-ish type game that also is like Dino Crisis and shit. That shit was really fucking good, but that game requires me to be awake. Because that is a lot. Yes, exactly, dude. It's sort of like that. if I recall correctly, the terrible energy drink brand I'm using, it's like a powder that you mix in. It's called like mixed tea, basically. It's like mix and then there's tea and it's one word. So it's like mixed. And you know, it does give energy. It does work okay enough. Its flavor is just not like particularly amazing or notable. It's fine. I think my main complaint with it is it kind of has a bit of a weird aftertaste. It's kind of got a bit of a bitter aftertaste attached to it that I don't much care for, but otherwise it's pretty okay. I'm currently drinking the blue flavor. But yeah, it's like basically like the cheapest energy drink option that I could find. I very rarely have energy drinks. I haven't had any of this like powdered stuff in probably like 6 months or maybe longer than that. I think I've had this for like over a year at this point, like these couple of different flavors. But you know, it's nice there for the emergencies like today. I always try to make it a point to stream on Wednesday because I don't normally stream Thursdays and Fridays. Streetwise, that is what I feel like. I typically try to stream on Wednesdays no matter what, because I like to take my 2-day break. My 2 days away from the streaming, usually. And if, you know, I didn't stream on Wednesday and I didn't stream on Tuesday, that would mean a lot of days I'm not streaming in a row. And we can't have that. We can't have you forgetting about me. You know? Don't forget about me. Just like that song. You know that song? That don't you go forgetting about me? There is a certain allotment of me that may be required, yes. Yeah, at the end of that one Futurama episode, yes, exactly. I've been watching some stuff lately. I've been watching things. Like I've been watching Invincible. There's a new episode of that today I'm looking forward to watching after this stream. And that's been very fun. I've been enjoying that a lot. One of my friends earlier was mentioning that their budget for animation could be better, and I do agree. They at least have been doing an overall pretty solid job though when it comes to like the action scenes. The action scenes have been getting like good budget, and like, you know, basically when there's an action scene, they mostly put in good money. Like it looks solid. And they do good, I feel, for the most part. So like, you know, for those parts, they're putting in good effort, but it does tend to slack when it's outside of that for sure. But hey, at least it's coming out with any amount of frequency, unlike most things. So that's cool. Interesting, dude. I see. I've been watching Witch Hat Atelier. I think that's how you say that. I always get that Atelier thing confused. Is it Atelier or Atelier, or is it both? And that's kind of like the polar opposite in terms of like animation quality, where like where that anime is like fucking god tier, fucking insane fucking animation nonstop all the time. And yeah, that shit's fucking wild. that shit fucking whips from an animation perspective. The story is like mostly just kind of getting started, so I don't really have much of an opinion on the story. The story just is there so far. It's got a lot of parallels behind many other types of things, of like shonen type stories and things of that nature. It's got a very similar vibe to it as like Full Metal Alchemist, it has a lot of similarities to its premise to that. I am enjoying being introduced to its magic system. I think that is interesting. That is notably more fresh and neat. So I've been enjoying that. And oh yeah, Minos, that's cool. Didn't like Full Metal Alchemist's like creator end up basically doing nothing but slice of life stuff for a while until this Demons of the Shadow Realm thing? Yeah, like the Demons of the Shadow Realm thing's like she's going back to shonen or whatever. Which, you know, again, I do not mean to diminish anything. Slice of life stuff can be pretty cool. I have enjoyed slice of life stuff, so I'm not against a little slice of life. It just, you know, it was a very big departure from what she had done and, you know, got her name for, right? So it was a very different thing to pivot to. Yeah, so... And then I've been watching Liar Game, which... pretty okay, pretty fun so far. The adaptation for Liar Game's being done by Studio Madhouse. So they're very prestigious. And the way that they're doing the adaptation for that is very clearly like, it is very closely, like, I haven't read the manga, but just based off of like how they're doing it, it seems to be very one-to-one with like a manga. Like the whole style of it, the art style, the way that they do the framing, all that stuff is extremely manga. So they're really leaning hard into that particular aesthetic with Liar Game. But it seems fun so far. I'm enjoying it. It's still very early, like a lot of these shows are. It's early. I've only watched the first 2 episodes. Third episode came out like a couple days ago or whatever, and I want to watch that later. I do most of my TV show anime watching on Wednesday, so after this stream, that's what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, Liar Game's fun, and for the Japanese dub at least, I haven't looked it up, but I'm damn near certain that the one of the lead characters is just Jotaro's actor. It sure sounds like him. I could look it up. Maybe I should. Just to reconfirm, just to confirm this for myself. But it's just basically like, I heard him and been hearing him, and I'm like, you're just Jotaro, aren't you? Like, it's not doing the exact same voice as Jotaro, but you can hear it in the voice, right? Like, he's in tons of stuff. It's not like he only did Jotaro. Like, he's been in, like, this actor in Japan has been in shitloads of stuff. So like, you know, he was already like a well-known actor prior to JoJo. It's not like JoJo made him or something. Like he was fucking voiced Kyon in fucking Haruhi, okay? So like, oh no, it wasn't Kyon, he voiced the other guy, the mysterious guy, sorry. Not Kyon, he voiced like the mysterious dude in Haruhi. Like one of the side characters, yeah. Itsuki, yeah. Let's see. So I'm looking at it now. Let's see, I'm looking at the actors' listings. Oh, I'm incorrect from the looks of it. Okay, I'm wrong. Nope, I'm wrong. It's not him. He just sounds very similar. He has been in a lot of stuff though, some of which I have seen. So it's not like it's an unknown actor. He is in a lot of things. But it wasn't him. Okay. Damn, well sometimes I get it wrong. Alright. No, I'm full of shit. But you know, Liar Game's fun. It's a neat idea. I do hope it expands a little bit more. It's one of those rare adaptations of a manga where the manga's been done for like a while, like 10 years or 8 years or something. Like I think they said it ended in like 2016 or something. So that'd be about 10 years. So like Liar Game is just done. So like, you know, if I really wanted to, I could just like read the manga and then continue watching the anime adaptation if I want. So But I remember people liked it, like it's done. So like, and people said they liked it. Like it's a pretty well-liked thing. It's why it got an adaptation, right? Makes sense to me. So it probably is gonna go to some pretty fun, wild places, I will hope. But so far it's still like only 2 episodes in. So like I can't really speak much to its quality or where it's gonna go because it's so damn early. But hey, neat potential so far. Pretty neat stuff. You know, it's one that I've been watching for some years now that keeps getting new seasons, and I'm happy it keeps getting new seasons. Is Ascendance of a Bookworm. Ascendance of a Bookworm is one of the few isekai shows that doesn't fucking suck, and is more of a traditional kind of back to the roots of isekai as a genre, wherein isekai has existed for quite a long time as a sort of subgenre of fiction. However, before it became the dumping ground for every, you know, harem, fucking low quality slop anime story, it used to mostly focus around women and like girls and shit. Being put into another world, and it has a very different vibe, and they were almost always written by women and you could tell that there were some notable differences when it's written by a woman, usually in a very positive manner. And Descendants of a Bookworm is basically it's basically solid, yeah, like Inuyasha, exactly. Or like Escaflowne, stuff like that. And this one's like overall like continues to be a very well written like isekai story. And it doesn't like super duper lean into isekai in the same way that some of that subgenre does. It's certainly a relevant thing, but it's not like the sole focus, right? Like there's a lot of other things going on. It doesn't like use it as a full crutch, you know, like it does with a lot of these other stories. This is like very mild spoilers, and it's not even really like it's pretty obvious. You can figure the shit out for yourself very quickly. Like a very mild spoiler for Ascendance of a Bookworm is that it takes like basically 3 seasons for magic to even be shown. Like, you know, magic's a thing in the setting, but you don't actually see a magic spell being cast until like the 3rd fucking season, which, you know, I can respect that. I can respect the restraint to not just go completely off the deep end and just constantly have big magic battles and epic things happening all the time and shit like that. Like, this one actually shows restraint in its storytelling and focuses a lot more on world building and, you know, making things develop more properly and at a better pace rather than just completely go into the deep end and, you know, just make everything super big, epic laser battle awesome all the time. So like this one's very restrained and not even like an action focused story. Like there's very little actual like altercations and combat and stuff. It's not a shonen. It's very restrained. She just wants to read her motherfucking books. It's true. She just wants to read her fucking books. But yeah, basically the premise of this one is that woman gets isekai'd, and she's isekai'd into the body of like, I don't know, like a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, it's some shit like that. And she's in a world in which there are no books. And then very quickly it's revealed that there are in fact books in the world. It's just that the books are only for people who are like high society, right? And like the process of making books and printing them is very archaic and medieval and old. And, you know, basically because of the lack of accessibility for books, not only for herself, but others, she is inspired and motivated to climb the social ladder, right? To be able to be in a position to read more books. Because that's kind of her whole thing. That's her whole like quirk, right? Is that she loves reading some motherfucking books. And that's how she was in her previous life. But yeah, it's got solid world building. It's got good character writing. It's quite realistic for the setting and what it tries to achieve. And it's in its 4th season that's currently airing right now. I would say in terms of the quality of the animation for the first 3 seasons, it's very average. It's very okay. It's fine. Like, it's very, like, adequate. It doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look amazing. It's very much middling. What's more wild is that for the 4th season, they somehow got Studio Wit for it. So now all the animation is insanely upgraded and now everything looks really fucking good. What was unfortunate and very strange, and they immediately corrected it, but like, because anime is all like, you know, subcontracted and it's not all done by one studio typically these days, you get other people from various different parts of the world and shit to do stuff for you. And for the first episode, in the opening, there was AI generated backgrounds. People immediately identified it, complained, and then they fixed it and changed everything for the next episode. So they immediately corrected it, and apparently, according to them, what happened is that one of the people they subcontracted for the backgrounds just used AI gen, and it went past and they didn't notice. And it's like, hey, fair enough. Hello, Disaster Millennial. Hello, Asuma Hazuki. So, you know, I completely understand how something like that could fly below the radar, but, you know, people pointed it out, and it was instantly corrected. They fixed it immediately. So, like, remember, you can win. You don't have to accept it. You know, you can just fucking complain, and it will get corrected. Know what I mean? So it's like, hey, you don't have to settle for less. You can fucking complain and they will fucking fix it. Eventually they will listen. And in this case, they were very, very quick to just correct it. So good on them for not like going in that direction, you know? Oh yeah, really great, Joe. I see you. So yeah, overall, highly recommend Descendants of a Bookworm. So yeah, I'm very happy the 4th season's happening. Very happy about that. And it's pretty awesome that it got the very rare treatment of getting an upgrade for its animation, like a massive upgrade. I have no idea how they swung getting Studio Wit for a 4th in like their 4th season. Because like typically how it goes with anime is they get a really good studio for the 1st season and then it goes to shit and they get a really dog shit studio or whatever for like the subsequent seasons. That's what happened with One Punch Man. It's what happened with Log Horizon. So many studio, like so many like anime adaptations have gone in that direction. This one's like reversed. Even though the animation was never bad, like I said, very mid for the first 3 seasons. It was never terrible. But it's like, I can't think of any other anime I've seen where it's the reverse, almost. Where it's like, it actually just looks better in a later season. But I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. And no, it doesn't have the isekai title scheme, no. It is a standard title. Some of the, like the novels have they have subtitles that are longer, but that's normal. Like, you know, it's normal for novels to have like a subtitle. The main title is very reserved. But yeah, the subtitles could be a little bit more wordy, but that's like every novel. Every novel will have more wordy stuff. Hey, Vixen Dragon. I did see you earlier and I didn't say hi because I'm terrible, but I see you this time. Thank you for the 90 stream streak. I'm not really having nightmares about Bubsy 3D Toko Crazy. I've played a pretty, like, unfortunately, I had Bubsy 3D. I owned that piece of shit. So I have played an amount of it. I never beat it because why the fuck would I? Until these days, right? But, I know it's a fucking dog shit game and it sucks ass, but like, what are you gonna do? It's not like it's an impossible game. I have no idea what James Turrell is. Also, I noticed I dropped some frames. That sucks. I wish my internet would behave and be cool and normal. Thank you. Yeah, Minos. It is generally pretty tiring. I think the only time I can get behind that sort of like basic bitch premise is if it's just porn. If it's just some kind of hentai thing or like some kind of ecchi thing that is just there blatantly to be specifically mostly about that one thing, then I can get behind it if I'm in the mood and it looks good enough for whatever it's trying to do. That's fine for me if it's like that, but if it's actually genuinely trying to tell a story with this, I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm like, just no, this is not happening. We're not doing this. That's why I found Shield Hero to be so repugnant, because like Shield Hero is basically all of that stuff, except it's trying to be serious and pretend like it has a good story. So like, you know, when it comes to media and storytelling and shit, I will take their story as seriously as they will take it, if that makes sense. That's how I roll. Is as serious as they're being, I will also in turn criticize and take it as seriously as they are. That's why it's why I end up being so fucking vicious whenever I play a Bethesda game, because Bethesda games are always trying to take themselves deathly seriously. So in turn, I make fun of them whenever they do that, right? It's why I give Oblivion so much shit, because Oblivion, like when it was coming out and being marketed and shit and all that, and I hear Todd Howard in interviews in the documentary talk about the game, like, you know, he thinks it's like the fucking god tier best shit ever, and I'm like, bro, this shit ain't even fucking simulated properly, but you think it is. You know, that kind of thing. He's Spiderhead. So, you know, like, it's why I give them bullshit and make fun of them for like having a completely comically busted economy in Oblivion where you can join a guild without having any prerequisites. They just let you join, and then as soon as you join, you can steal all of their stuff and then sell it back to them and make money. Like, I make fun of that shit because Todd Howard thought that he made a fucking game with intense simulation. You know, like, he was delusional. So like, that's why I do it, you know. If like, you know, people make games and they don't come in with that tone and don't give a fuck, then like, I'm not gonna really like cast any real shade on it, you know. Yeah, so I have to take a short break because unfortunately I have to let the dog out to do her various business. So I will be a few minutes. Hey, Professor Bad Vibes. It'll be a few minutes or so, depending on how long she wants to take. Oh, you didn't know? You hear her sometimes, you know? She'll bark. I mean, she's not really my dog. She's technically my brother's dog, but my brother hasn't lived here in like 5 years. Or longer. So it kind of ended up being a family dog thing and all this other shit. So it kind of ended up being thrown onto us, and by proxy I end up having to deal with her sometimes. Hey Vine Ultimax, thank you for the Awu Redeem. Awu. I hope you enjoyed the Awu Redeem. I will now go on a brief break. 3 to 5 minutes, depends on this dog how long she wants to take. And then I will return. So, don't go anywhere.
Enemy? Yep. Nice physics there. Wow.
Yeah, just doesn't have anything going on. Sure looks funny when you do this, though. Woo-wee. Right, it's the short path.
What? That is not what an elephant does when it dies.
What do you mean? What do you mean? fucking sex again. This almost like reminds me of a fucking Cowboy Bebop thing. Is that what they were trying to do? Were they trying to do a Cowboy Bebop thing? Because this came out around the same time. Cowboy Bebop was like maybe like a year before or something. Are they trying to do a Cowboy Bebop thing? Is that what this is? Is that what this music's supposed to be? That's so funny. I think that's what it is. That's so funny. I think that's why they did it. Whatever.
Right, so let's just engage in combat.
I'm on your side.
No, you're not.
What are you doing?
You're literally going to become hostile in any moment.
Oh, hey, Rupert. This is bizarre. Oh. This is, interesting. You know, I can't help but notice that every single boss we fought so far does the exact same thing. You know, that's fair because Rare also couldn't really figure this out. Like, Rare didn't really have any better ideas, really, so... yeah, understandable.
I'm back. It was pretty quick. She was all about the, she was all about business. Oh, did a clip have something about me mentioning a shoe puff when I wasn't playing Final Fantasy X? Right, the shoe puff. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay, I remember now. The Oliphant. But yeah, my brother, like, years ago, like, moved out and, like, didn't want to take the dog with him, because pets are a liability for moving, blah, 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 blah. And now he lives in, like, the US. So, like, you know, all that stuff. So that was basically the deal with the dog thing. Love it when the Lord of the Rings Oliphant blows up. Yes. What a fucking piece of shit video game, but it had some funny shit in it at least. Not enough of it, but it had it. But yeah, this dog is pretty old. She's probably in her last year or two of life, like almost certainly. She is quite old. She's pretty cool though. Not perfect, has issues, but overall, a pretty good dog. You can hear it right now. See? Dog. How would you not know I don't have a dog? She does that sometimes. So, yeah, there you go. Woof woof. My microphone is really good at rejecting a ton of noise in this house. Not able to block her barks out. Nothing can stop her. So, always comes through. But, maybe she did. Maybe she did hear. Vixen Dragon, thank you for the Awu Redeem. Awu. I hope you enjoyed your Awu Redeem. Is why they steal the microphones, I see. Yeah, there's not many people in the house right now, thankfully. My parents are not currently here, the parents of whom I heavily dislike and basically outright loathe. They are currently not here as far as I'm aware. They are out. Which is a rare situation in which both of them are not here. So typically when there's less people in the house, she will bark more. It's not a guarantee, but that is something that she is known to do. She gets more anxious when there are less people around. So therefore she tends to bark more. It's kind of her whole thing. But yeah, you got the dog's reaction, exactly. The opposite of you then. I see. But yeah, so I talked about a bunch of watching stuff. Watching all those things. Oh, my mouth slash nose slash throat's doing some weird stuff today. Give me a moment again, trying to clear this weirdness out. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I can't even quite describe what it is. It does definitely come through when I speak sometimes, but it's hard to articulate what it even is. It's like a weird nose throat thing. I don't know. It causes a weird constriction that makes a weird kind of noise sometimes when I speak. And I'm not really sure what causes that sometimes, but it's a bit of an odd one. Yeah, other than all those other shows I talked about that I've been watching, as I continue to always, watching ReZero, big fan of ReZero here. I know some people do not like ReZero, and it always comes down to not being able to handle the main character and the main character being flawed, and not being able to wait until the main character gets more character growth and development, and wanting the main character to be fully developed and realized at the beginning rather than waiting for the character to get better. So that's basically what it always amounts to whenever I've talked about this with friends, is it's like, I don't like the starting point for this main character, and I don't want to wait for the main character to improve, and I don't want to see a main character who is not a completely wholly realized person at the beginning. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, it doesn't matter, but that's basically what it boils down to anytime this gets brought up. I'm a very big fan of ReZero though. It's one of my favorite light novel things to have come out in ages. It's a very, very overall exemplary, very well told story thus far. It has some very incredible and well earned character growth, and it has very well written characters overall. And the world building's even pretty solid too. It is once again one of the extremely rare, hey, it's an isekai that doesn't fucking suck. And it's like done in an interesting way. So like, you know, it's pretty good stuff. It's pretty fucking awesome. And the new season of that's been ongoing, and I am really enjoying the season so far. And much like with all of these shows, I have a new episode of it to watch after the stream that I'm very much looking forward to. Exactly, Vixen Dragon, exactly. Yes, if you too have the FFC, BTTV, 7TV extension stuff, you too can get Rem and Ram to kiss each other. Or, you know, whatever emote combos you want to do that with. Yeah, very cool stuff. Really enjoying that. See, exactly. Chat knows what's up. Chat knows what's up. But, yeah, pretty iconic character design from ReZero. You see Rem and Ram, especially Rem, like, crop up everywhere, even today. It's fucking insane, too, that the anime adaptation started 10 years ago, like a bit over 10 years ago. It's pretty impressive. The passage of time is a very real and scary thing. It really do be like that sometimes. But, yeah. It's, you're all old. You're all old and ancient. Except for maybe the very rare few who are somehow not, that watch my stream. But I doubt that there are many of you that are of a younger age who watch the stream. There must be, statistically, maybe a couple. But, I'm willing to bet most people, are probably more closer to my age. Whoa, they announced and showed gameplay of Ingrid for Street Fighter 6. I'm seeing this on my blue sky. I don't even know who Ingrid is. I'm not like a big Street Fighter head. I don't know who she is. It is a woman though, so that's pretty cool. I'm happy for all the women enjoyers. Thanks to Denial, you're immortal. Disaster Millennial's a timeless being. Whoa. Ingrid was in the GBA port of Alpha 3. That's highly specific. Is that like the only other time she showed up and they're just like reviving an obscure character? That's really funny. Okay, that is the case. That's super funny then. I'm behind that. Just fucking resurrect an obscure ass fucking character. Yeah, sure, why not? Why the fuck not? It's pretty cool by me. Yes, everybody in my chat is in their 30s, clearly. She has a weird multiverse guardian backstory. So she was a punching bag as the stupidest Street Fighter character ever. Awesome. I'm very happy to hear this. Conceptually, a game like Street Fighter 6 should appeal to me. I do have it through Steam Family Sharing. I don't know about the DLC situation, but I know that fighting game DLC is always like ludicrously expensive. So it tends to be a very selective thing if I end up dealing with it usually, or I wait till the game's all done and then I get all the DLC or something. But I don't end up playing fighting games all that much, and I'm bad at them, so it tends to be the continual relationship that I have with fighting games. The only fighting game that I'm at all good at is the Budokai Tenkaichi games. Those are the only ones I put in any real amount of hours to actually get at all good at. And according to people who watched me play BT3 like a year ago or whatever, they say that I'm pretty scarily good at the game. So, apparently I'm pretty fucking good at BT3, and I am pretty good at Sparking Zero of what I've played of it, because like I did fight Shipihime a bunch in it and I kept kicking her ass continually. So I guess there's some skill that I have. Also see I'm still dropping some frames. That's awesome. At least it's not constant. I'm okay at Smash Brothers. I don't have much experience fighting other people. It's pretty minimal. So I've only ever played it with like AI. I'm fine at Smash. So basically I have seen more rookie players play Smash, like people who are newer to it, who know fighting games, right? Like normal fighting games. And I see them play Smash. And then I know how I play Smash. I'm better than that. I'm better than the people who are like more rookie tier at Smash. So I'm like maybe like intermediate at Smash. Like I'm okay. Like, but I'm definitely wouldn't say I'm like great. I'm just very like, I'm very intermediate at that game. A normal fighting game though, I'm basically hopeless. Anything that's like a more traditional fighting game that isn't like a weird kind of subgenre like Smash or like an arena fighter, I'm basically kind of just bad at it or terrible at it. Like I'm a tier where it's like I can't reliably pull off the combos and the inputs when I want to. That's where I'm at with fucking fighting games, like normal fighting games. So I'm not even at the point where I can like actually do like the combos reliably when I want to. So like I'm basically trash at a normal fighter. Hello, Neon Angel. And if I did not say hello, hello, Neobzu. I played an okay amount of Soul Calibur 2 back in the day, even against some family members and stuff. I was okay at Soul Calibur 2, but I never really got very good at that either. I've already done that for the GameCube challenge. It didn't take too long. And you know, when you fight the AI in something like a Soul Calibur game, you're just cheesing it. You're just looking for whatever the strategy if they don't block, and then you just keep ringing them out or whatever. Yeah, it's true that a lot of them neglect single player content these days, which does make me a little less interested in them in that regard. I think someday I'm going to eventually learn how to like play traditional fighting games and have it stick at all, you know? Like get to the point at the very least where I can reliably do the button combo inputs, right? At the very least, getting to that point would be nice, but beyond that, I'm not really gonna be particularly interested in putting in the intense amount of time investment to really get a whole lot better than that, because you have to put in a lot of hours to really get somewhere with those types of games. And I don't really have that kind of time. I do like a ton of streaming, and I'm not gonna stream like a fucking shitload of fighting games. That sounds like a good way to end my whole streaming career. That sounds like a good way to just kill my stream permanently. Hello, cute little Oshawott. Thank you for subscribing for 7 months. Thank you very much. You got competent at DBZ fighters. Woo. Platform fighters are a different realm. They sure are. They are a different beast. But yeah. So it's I've got my weak genres, and fighting games are one of my weakest genres. Other weakest genres are some puzzle games, and I am, what else am I terrible at? I am terrible at what's that fucking genre? Rhythm games. I'm terrible at rhythm games, and it's not because I don't have a sense of rhythm. I just have barely played the genre, so I just don't have enough experience in it to be at all good at it. So it's not really a matter of I never tried, it's like, or never like, or I did put in a lot of time and didn't get good at it. It's just I haven't played these enough. Rhythm games, so the thing about rhythm games, and the reason why I never got into them, is because they were always way too fucking expensive. Growing up and stuff, they were always like, most of them were just way too much money. And, you know, stuff like, you know, DDR or whatever was just not accessible to me, for a variety of reasons like that. So it never clicked. I never gained any interest, and it was usually outside of my realm. So it just, I never had opportunities. And the same goes for TCG games. I never got into TCG games for the exact same kind of reasons. Lack of accessibility. It's not for poor people. Everything's too expensive, and so on and so on. And like, and again, like back then, right? Back then, it's not the same with everything today. Like with TCGs, I know there's a bunch more digital ones that are accessible, or like some TCGs are really cheap. And you know, the cards don't cost that much money and stuff like that. But that was not the case back when I was growing up. So back when I was growing up, that shit was actually expensive. And they did not have like many games that were actually like simulated full TCG games that didn't like, they weren't really much of a thing. Yes, there is a new Rhythm Heaven coming out pretty soon, to my understanding. I don't remember the exact date, but I know it's quite soon. It could be like next month or something. I don't know. Depending on pricing and what people think of it, I may consider getting that. It seems like something I would actually enjoy, so I might actually go for it. We'll see what it looks like and what finances end up being and shit. So I do want to be a little bit like reserved and careful with what I spend money on, because I have a lot of money to, you know, save. I've been trying to save money more than spend it, and I've been largely successful in this endeavor thus far. And I would like to continue that. At the very least, it being only $40 makes that easier, yes. That is a more feasible situation. You had a brief Hearthstone obsession, I see. You're glad you broke free. Bits and Bops is like Rhythm Heaven. I can look at this video game. Let's see. This came out like pretty recently, like 7 months ago. Or some shit. 5 months ago. Bits and Bops. I'm looking at it. Not a lot of screenshots for this. It could be neat though. It could be okay. Cool. I will keep this in mind. I guess the bigger indie release today that a lot of people in my general circles are going crazy for is Dungeon Gals. I looked at the 2 videos for it and the screenshots and the store page and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm not sure what the hype is about. It's not because like I'm not saying it's bad or something. It's just that like I don't really know what makes this like distinct from a lot of other games. Maybe it's not distinct and it's just like, oh, it's more of a thing that maybe some people like or whatever. Because all it seems to be is it's like, the tags say it's like 2D platformer, puzzle, it's like 2D artwork. It's like pixel art stuff. And it's like, it looks fine. I just don't really understand like why it's being pushed or hyped in these circles. Is it because like there's somebody in the general Twitch retro VTuber space who like worked on it or something? Is that what it is? Because I don't really understand why it's like there's so many people who are streaming it right now or like saying that you should get it and buy it and stuff. Because like, you know, I just don't really not really sure what the deal is. And like, you know, it has Yuri in it. That's cool, I guess. Yeah, Dork, it says Dork Dreams, the developer and publisher. So it's like a 1-person crew or a small team or something like most indie games are. That's kind of the whole thing, right? I do not recognize the name, no. I've never seen a Dork Dream in any of the Twitch chats. And not in my Twitch chat either, as far as I remember. But I also don't really have like a lot of crossover with other streamers in these spaces. Most of the crossover I have with people is with Gigaboots, Shibihime, because I basically translated most of my audience to Shibihime, like transferred like half of the audience share. So that just kind of goes with the territory. But I generally don't really have a lot of crossover with like some of the more mainstream, shall we say, like people in the space. See, I can't really say. The dedicated WOC streamers. What's a WOC? I forget what that acronym is. But anyway, well, that explains it out, I guess. I figured that's what was going on. Wrath of Cortex. Oh, yes, of course. Very funny. You're very funny. Anyway, again, not saying this game looks bad or anything. It seems fine. I just didn't understand why it was being hyped up out of nowhere. It's just a joke, Neon Angel, because the 3 of us all streamed Wrath of Cortex recently. That's all it is. It all like happened in the span of 1 week somehow. It's very stupid. But yeah, anyway, I appreciate chat for letting me know what the whole deal was, because I was confused. It has nothing to do with, I'm definitely not ragging on the game in the least. I just didn't understand why people were caring about this one. Because, you know, it doesn't have any, like, otherwise it hasn't had any discussion or hype, so. Now I know. Now I know the reason. The mystery has been solved. I'm not sure if it's my kind of game. when I've looked at it. But at some point I'll look into it a little more closely, perhaps, and perhaps form more of an opinion. But yeah, no, like I was saying, I don't have a lot of crossover with a lot of other streamers that are in these spaces, and that's fine. That's a-okay. You don't have to share the same audience with everybody. Sometimes it's cool to have your own distinct thing. Sometimes that has its own power. I like to think that I bring a particular unique flavor to the space. That is true. Noelle did technically stream Wrath of Cortex twice because she gave Chad a loaded gun and then they did things with that gun. You know, at some point in the future, because I have it all set up, at some point in the future I do need to stream the, like, modern remakes of the Resident Evil games. Needs to happen at some point. With some amusing changes or twists, if they're available at least. That'll be fun. Not sure when that happens, but it is at least streamable. I did set it up to be streamable and tested it at one point, so... Oh, Wrath of Cortex is absolutely fucking terrible, cute little Oshawott. It is a Skinwalker, quasi, like, remake of Crash 3. It's like... It's trying to basically just be Crash 3 again with its own levels. And it's fucking terrible. It basically, everything about it is wrong. They don't do anything correct or right at any point. And the GameCube port is one of the worst ports I've seen on the console so far, at about almost 100 games in. The GameCube port is absolutely abyss tier in terms of its port quality. Like, it is astoundingly terrible. It's gonna be pretty competitive to find a game that is worse as a port than that version. There are a lot of GameCube games left, but it's gonna be tough. We might have hit some of the peak of the worst of it. So that's something. But yeah, I love Crash 3. It's probably my favorite Crash game, so seeing it be completely just skinwalkered to be a terrible game and just try to be like it is insulting. So that was basically the Wrath of Cortex experience. And yeah, so that was basically how that went. I have not beaten Crash 1. I've not even played a lot of Crash 1. At some point, I should beat Crash 1. I'm sure that I can handle it. Don't know when it happens, so I don't know when I do Crash 1. But I feel like I should beat it at some point, you know? Yeah, and I hear Crash 4 is good. That's another one I need to play at some point. Need to play through Crash 4. I never did. I hear Crash 4 is really good as long as you don't 100% it. Crash 4 becomes a very, very evil, twisted, demented video game if you try to 100% it. Not recommended for human consumption if you 100% Crash 4, but if you just play through it normally and maybe do a little bit of the side stuff, you'll have a good time is what I hear. I've heard a lot of discussion about Twinsanity and have seen some of Twinsanity played before. And my understanding of Twinsanity, it is conceptually a good and neat Crash game. However, it's not done. That's basically what it seems to amount to, is it's neat, it has some cool stuff in it, it is incredibly unfinished. It is that sort of video game. That was my impression. I would like to play it at some point and just see for myself what I think. Any of these things, I don't know when it happens. There's so many games to stream. There's so much to do. And my ass just can't get enough sleep lately to be able to get to it. I could have been streaming Bubsy 2 today, but no, I had to get 5 hours of sleep. So, I didn't want to subject myself to a difficult 2D platformer on 5 hours of sleep, so here I am, fucking bullshitting and talking into a microphone for an hour and a half. So yeah, that's how this is going. But yeah. And eventually I'll play a video game or a few, I don't know. I'm kind of seeing how long I can bullshit chatting and just talking into a mic without playing a game. I've managed to do pretty long ones with that before. I've managed to do this for a pretty long time. Yeah, I already pre-ordered the Switch 2 version before that came out. I should have waited, but they didn't have a demo yet. I assume the Switch 2 version's fine. Like, unless they fucked it up somehow, but I assume it's fine. I might still check the demo anyway, just to see ahead of time, but I already pre-ordered it on there, so. Alas. Because yeah, like, I would be able to stream it on the same PC. It's just that, like, the demo was being weird on my PC. It crashed once, and there were like a few oddities to how it was doing shit, so I just kind of was like, I'm just gonna play it on a console. And the Switch 2 is the most powerful console that I have in my room. I do have a PS5, but the PS5 is downstairs and also takes up a lot of space if I were to put it in this room again. So I got the Switch 2 version, and that is a cool thing to have as an opportunity and a backup. You know, I find it kind of funny too that Chris Wolfhart's been playing through Yuka Replayly, because I've been highly considering getting that on the Switch 2 because the PC version's fucked. PC version is completely fucked according to reviews. It has like severe stutter, shader comp issues and stuff. Hello, Gamma Chris. And that's my friend Gamma Chris, that's right. I was talking about you earlier, Gamma Chris, about how we were, in the past we did Sven Co-op, and we did the uplink mod, because chat was asking about that. I'm like, oh, that already happened. I did that thing. And then we were talking about Serious Sam, and I'm like, yeah, I did do those first couple. That was fun. There are more Serious Sam games. There's a handful more. Hi, Spadoinkle. Yeah, thanks to the tags, you know what's up. The system does work. It's true. But yeah, I've considered getting Yuka Replayly, but the discount isn't that great, and I don't know if I would regret it or not. Like, maybe I would like it. Maybe I would enjoy it. I do like 3D platformers. It looks neat. Maybe it's a good version of the game. I don't know, but like, I get a bit hesitant because it's still like, I think like almost $40 even on like the bit of a discount it has. I don't even know if that discount's even going anymore. Let me see if it is. Also, dog says hi, I guess. She's working. She's working. Okay, it is still going. Yeah, with tax, I guess it's probably like gonna be like closer to 40. It is $33.10 Canadian on sale on Switch 2 right now. Tempting. Tempting. Because again, the PC version's fucked. Otherwise, I'd be fine with playing this on PC. But like, several reviews are confirming that even like recently, it's like anything past like the first chapter or whatever is just turbo fucked. Like it's just a stuttery mess, and consoles don't have those issues typically, thank fuck. So I don't know, maybe. What do you think of it, Tommy Fists? Did you check it out? I know they like recently added like a performance thing for it or something. They got to 60 FPS or some shit. And that's part of why they're doing the sale. It looked fine when I looked at the resolution comparisons at least, but that was for before the update. You didn't care for the original ukulele? That's true. That's a lot of people. Many people seem to like this version more. I'm very interested to hear what Chris Wolfhart has to think about it. That's good to hear, Tommy Fists. That is good to hear. I do like me a 3D platformer. Yeah, he did say that on Blue Sky. It's barely a Rare game, which is good. Because I've learned, as I've played more and more of their catalog, I've learned that I don't really like any of Rare's games outside of the DKC trilogy. So that's good to hear. I still haven't played any of their shooters yet. I know chat's mentioned them more than once. So like at some point I do need to assess those. I imagine though they're not going to be anything crazy because they're early console shooters. Like, how much are you really going to get out of that, you know? Like, I'm still interested in checking them out, but like, it's not like it's going to be a fucking life-changing experience playing Perfect Dark on the N64 or like GoldenEye or whatever. Like GoldenEye, isn't GoldenEye 64 basically just like a proto Time Splitters where it runs at like fucking 10 FPS? Anytime I've seen it stream, that's basically what it looks like. Yeah, even Disaster Millennial is backing me up on this. It's kind of like one of those things where you had to be there sort of deal. Like personally, like with all that's gone on with retro gaming, right? I would just rather wait for a decomp recomp of those games before even fucking around with them. I know Perfect Dark has a decomp and some form of a PC version, but it seems to be kind of a pain in the ass to set up. So like, I don't know if I want to. Maybe I'll wait for like a better port or something for that. Like, I could experience it on real hardware with an N64. Well, real hardware in the sense I have a Mister. I could experience it on the Mister with the N64 core. I have an NSO N64 controller. I could do this. But it's like, why would I want to? It's just gonna suck, isn't it? It's like, wow, this sure controls like shit and runs like shit. And it's like, yeah, sure, the N64. I tried Perfect Dark once at a person's house for their birthday when that game was new. And I tried it very briefly. And that was all. I barely remember anything. And that was my only time experiencing Perfect Dark. And I'm like, yep, that sure was something. I have not tried Viva Pinata. I have never owned an Xbox. Throughout my entire rich tapestry of being a gamer, I have never owned an Xbox. I have completely dodged all of their consoles the entire time. Fucking love the Ormos music. Good old Genshin Impact and its non-stop bangers. I mean, I've been into PC gaming fairly hardcore since like 2000. So like anytime Xbox stuff came up, it's like, do you care about the like 3 exclusives it has? Oh, you don't care about them? Well, then why get an Xbox? And that's basically all that it came down to. It's like, do I care about Viva Pinata? Do I care about Halo? Do I care about Gears of War? The answer always ended up being, not really. And then I didn't get an Xbox. I have very mixed feelings on Genshin Disaster Millennial. I still play it, but not frequently like I used to. I haven't played it in like 3 weeks or some shit, or like a month. It's been a bit. I play when there's updates, and there's still an update for the story that I want to play, and I'll probably get to that like over the next 2 days when I'm not streaming or something. But Genshin's a bit mixed one for me. I used to be a hardcore player of that game for many years, and I have many hours in Genshin Impact. However, I have mixed thoughts on that game. Nodcry has some cool things in it that I like. There are some neat story things that it does in the Nodcry version that is almost done. There's also some stuff in it that's fucking terrible and is really pointless and really not great. Nodcry is a mixture of the lowest of lows and the highest of highs, and that's how I would describe the contents of the Nodcry version. Some of the characters in it are really fucking cool, and some of them are really well written and have really great designs. And then there's other ones that are kind of not that. And the elements of the story are mixed. Overall, some neat stuff, cool things, and then, wow, that part really fucking sucked and almost made me quit the game. So, you know, that's kind of been the vibe. I'm gonna stick with it, but I'm not taking it seriously these days. And that's basically been my opinion. I'm gonna keep playing it, but I'm not taking it seriously like I used to. And also, I basically beat the game anyway. Like, I basically have beaten Genshin Impact for like 2 or 3 years now. I put in enough time into it that I basically beat the game. Like, I have a lot of like stronger units and shit like that. Like, and the end game is something that it's like, whatever, who gives a shit? Like, I can do okay in the end game. My stuff's pretty fucking strong, but like, I find the end game to be frustrating, so I don't really engage with it much at all. But anyway, I do have a friend to play with that Spadoinkle, and it was Sheepy Hime, and we went through like, I think like 3/4 of the first Halo together off stream, and we were not super into it. We didn't hate it, but we were finding it was a bit tedious, and the map and objective design was kind of annoying. And that was kind of our vibe and perspective on it. Is we didn't hate it, but we found it to be kind of lacking and unremarkable. I don't know, like some point maybe we'll pick it back up again and play more of it. Maybe because she's a streamer now, maybe we'll stream that at some point. It's possible. It could be a decent stream idea. Maybe we just go through the Halo bullshit. I'll have to run it by her. That could be something. And yeah, Tommy Fist, that statement about Goldeneye Perfect Dark, as somebody who has no nostalgia and no prior experience, blah, blah, blah. That's basically what I think it would end up becoming, which is why I don't want to do it. At least not on like the original N64 experience, because that's kind of why I just am dissuaded by it, because I just don't want to be in that position where it's like this thing that you like and have nostalgia for, it sucks actually. Because it's like, oh, hey, the thing's old. Old game is old and outdated, and it was cool for its very short snapshot of time where it was cool. The like 3-year period maybe where it was kind of cool. Anyway, that's basically what those amount to. You beat the entire Marathon trilogy this year and nearly crashed out. Dang. I saw some of Marathon played ages ago, and they looked like hell mazes. Those games looked like hell mazes. Like they just look like fucking, like, you know how Doom maps can have like kind of that hell mazy look to it? Marathon was like that, but like 10 times worse was basically the impression I got. Again, the old Marathon, the actual like real OG Marathon stuff. Not like the fucking shooter game, the sequel shooter game that came out. Yeah, it is 90s shooter design for sure, but it seemed to be like extremely leaning in the maze direction more so than like its contemporaries often would be. But yeah, that's like kind of the thing I try to avoid outside of the GameCube challenge, is just being a prick. And being like in that situation where I'm just ragging on a game for being dumb and old. There are definitely situations where I am more than accepting of that. Like if I'm playing like something that's like, I'm trying to think of a recent example. What was a recent example of, oh yes, like Final Fantasy 1. I went through Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster, right? Like relatively recently. And you didn't really hear me complaining about that game, right? Because I'm like, well, even though they did fix some stuff, like a lot of stuff and all that, it's still at its core an NES game and like the first entry in a franchise. And you didn't hear me fucking complaining and ragging on it, right? It's more of like, oh yeah, it makes sense that this thing kind of sucks in that specific way. It makes sense that it's kind of like that because it's fucking old as shit. Like, you know, it really just kind of depends on what expectations I'm coming in with some of these games. Like if my expectations are set, I'm not really gonna like come in with like more negativity, you know? It's really just about, it's just about where my expectations are set. And unfortunately, especially with the GameCube challenge, I've kind of come to understand that with so many of the games that I do for that challenge, they just end up being shit. They just end up being very mid or very bad. And, you know, you can have your own fun with that, but there is definitely a lot of trash. That's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, when it comes to Halo, at least like the first Halo, I never had a high interest in it, and I wasn't too impressed when I went to play it with no nostalgia, even on the Master Chief Collection, because it was like, I understand why it was popular and very well liked for its time, but it was like, man, I was playing like I was hardcore playing FPS during that same era. I was playing all kinds of shit on PC, and the stuff on PC, it was just so much more exciting and more fascinating and compelling to me than what the Halo's campaign was offering. Maybe like more of the hype was in the multiplayer for Halo, but as far as the single player stuff is concerned, there's like several single player campaigns for PC gaming FPS that just completely mog Halo 1's campaign. And you know, Halo 1's campaign has cool stuff, but it's like, it just seems like gameplay wise stuff was punching so much better on PC during that time. That's just kind of been my perspective on it. From people who may have seen some of the BRB clips, sometimes there's Doom 64 clips that come up. I tried to play through Doom 64 like some years ago, and I bounced off of it pretty hard. I lasted like one stream with it, I think, and I played it for like 3 or 4 hours and I gave up. Doom 64 is just incredibly puzzle dense. It's just a very puzzle dense like FPS. So little actual combat, so much more just trying to find the secret puzzles, hidden switches, and other stuff. It just really was just a lot of like wandering around, being lost in a way that I didn't find enjoyable. But if you saw my stream of playing through all of Doom, like Doom 1, I enjoy it. I like Doom 1. That's a fun game. It's a great game. So that was like the right balance of not being overly obtuse. So yeah, that one managed to nail it for me. It was a good blend. Yeah, pretty much, Sponicle. It's I often get these confused. Is it Sturgeon's law or is it the other law? For it is Sturgeon's law. Okay. But yeah, basically console challenges very much show that Sturgeon's law is basically largely true. And that would even be true for like the PS2. Despite the PS2 having a legendary library of games, it would basically end up being the case as well. I would say that even though it's impossible to do a console challenge for the PS2, because it has too many games, the PS2 has an just oppressive amount of crap on it. because everything came out on the PS2. So because everything came out on the PS2, that means so much shovelware came out on the PS2, so many unfinished games came out on that thing, and so many questionable ports that are just the worst shit you've ever seen is on the PS2. Like Deus Ex is on the PS2. That version is terrible. There's like just so many fucking weird ass fucko shit that's on the PS2. And you know, and at the same time, there's also, you can probably make like pretty easily like a list of 100 games that are fucking god tier on the PS2, simply because it just had everything on it. But then there's like, you know, 3,000 other games that make you want to fucking put taste metal in your mouth. So like, that's kind of the situation with the PS2, right? An amazing library of games, also full of many horrors. I missed out on Tribes. Tribes seemed really, really interesting. And if I had been, like, if I had noticed it existed during the time that people played it, I probably would have had a great time. Oh well. Apologies, my nose is still kind of acting up and being weird. Can't really say what it is. It's just being kind of mildly stuffy and weird today. Hello, Kilto. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so Croc 2, I do want to play. At some point, I want to stream that because I used to own it, and I think I beat it too back in the day. I definitely want to play through Croc 2. It is on my mental list of games to play. I remember overall liking it well enough. It got pretty challenging and kind of mean at points, but also I remember mostly enjoying it. So yeah, Croc 2 is definitely what I want to do. And at the very least, I want to beat it on stream so I can say that I actually beat the game with a certainty, because I legitimately don't remember if I ever did. It's true, Vixen Dragon, it's true. At some point, I want to also stream, not necessarily a full playthrough, but I want to stream Star Trek Voyager Elite Force again, but on the PlayStation 2. I often forget there was even a PS2 version. I was reminded of this again recently, and I ended up getting it. So at some point, I do want to show that off. I don't know when, but it'll happen eventually. And then I would like to follow it up with streaming a playthrough of Elite Force 2 on the PC, which I have never played. So that's something I would like to do. That will be a future streams little mini series idea. There's even retro achievements for it. There's a pretty recent retro achievement set that was made, which is why I was reminded. Someone recently made a retro achievement set for the PS2 version of Elite Force. So that is in the cards. That will be a thing eventually. So yeah, much to look forward to, much excitement to be had. You liked how moddable Tribes was? I see you. I wonder, what else can I talk about? What other words can I say? What does one say after about 2 hours of stream and most of that being talking? I'm sure there are things that could be said. I'm currently just staring at this Yuka Replayly thing on Switch 2 and wondering, should I actually pull the trigger on this? Do I need another video game? The thing is I would stream this probably. I don't know if people would want to see this, but it would be something I would probably stream. A relatively chill 3D platformer sounds like a pretty good time. You're inviting evil into your heart, downloading dog shit PS2 games. Hey, I mean, at least it's not costing you money. It's an okay way to go about things. It's not like it's costing you money, only your soul. It's only costing you your soul. It's so affordable. Star Trek Voyager Elite Force Noel. Hello. You're getting Pragment? Wow. Yeah, they made a retro achievement set for that recently, and that's how I got reminded again. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's a game I've played a bunch of. I'm kind of required to stream that at some point, aren't I? So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Man. Jump you! I've played a lot of Pragmata recently. Most of this is not idling either. Let me see. I have played 24.9 hours of Pragmata. I am deep in the weeds of that game, like I was saying earlier. I'm in the next difficulty now. I've been busy. I also still can't believe that screensaver. It was either early 2026 or it was late 2025. I can double check. And from what people say, it's pretty good. Like, it's decent. It's arguably a little too expensive for what it is. But like, it's pretty well received and it even sold well. Like, it's sitting on Steam over 2,600 reviews at 78%. Like, kind of shocking. Like, people say it's good. And like, if you know the material, like, it's very respectful and like reverent to the material. Its main problem, from what people say, is the visuals are kind of so-so. They're not particularly remarkable, and it doesn't have like any voice acting basically, which detracts from it. But also, like, let's be real, if it was fully voiced or even partially voiced, the sheer cost of it would be enormous. Like, so it's kind of you can't really win in that situation with something like that, because paying the actors to do it would be insane. And also, some of them might be dead for all I know, or they're not working, right? So like, maybe they're out of the industry or something. Like, Voyager was a
Tommy
while
Fists
ago.
donated 40.
Tommy Fists, thank you for donating 40. Very generous. Thank you. Thank you very much. No goal or anything, just giving me money. That's very nice of you. But yeah, so like, oh, you want me to, I figured that might be what it was. It was a specific amount of money, so I figured that might have been your agenda. I see. That's why I was looking at the subtext of it to see what your message was. But you reconfirmed it anyway. Okay. Yeah, Metroid Prime music. What a fucking good video game. Metroid Prime's an easy, I would say 8 out of 10 game. It loses a couple points because like the artifact hunt is kind of an absolute asshole dickish move to do at like the last second of your game when you're playing it blind. If you know, once you go through it and you replay it again, you know about the artifact hunt, it's fine. It's not a big problem. But just from the perspective of first-time player and being like, hey, artifact hunt, kind of a dickhead move. Maybe don't do that. But you know, otherwise it's a really fucking good game. Metroid Prime's a really fucking good game. Like, full stop. It has immaculate vibes. And it overall plays pretty darn well. But yeah, like the voice acting for like a game like this Star Trek Voyager game they came out with, which came out in February of this year, by the way, so it is a 2026 game. It just wouldn't be feasible. The price of paying all these people would be immense. It would far eclipse the budget of just making the game itself, I bet, because they're all like fucking union They're all like fucking SAG-AFTRA actors and shit. And some of these people are prestigious. They're gonna ask big money. It ain't gonna be cheap. So, I can forgive them for not having voices. Whoa. Spadoinkle gifting out 10 subs. Thank you very much for the generosity and apparently starting a hype train. Wow. That's a lot of money. Thank you very much. Yeah, Spadoinkle gonna spadoink. It's so good to be back. How should we celebrate? Subs? See, you don't get that here. You just get a quick little jingle and then it's gone. Did you know that setting up Twitch alerts is surprisingly easy? I thought that would be more of a pain in the ass than it actually was. Yeah, they just have a feature where you can just get a batch notification for like a group of subs, like there. Hello, Mountain Drew. Maybe you want to give all your viewers brain damage? Hey, it worked. I will remember that for all time now because I've heard it like 500 million times. I mean, if I heard it 500 million times, you would be a millionaire, but you know what I mean. What's being ordered? Subs. But yeah. Yeah, thanks to Twitch's payout system, I will get like a whole $1 for it. It's so true. It's not quite that bad, but it's not the most amazing split. It's true. But all support's appreciated. Yeah, order up. You know, there's always something very... Like, I haven't talked about it too much, and it's not because I don't want to. It's just kind of I don't usually have opportunities to mention it. But it's very weird from my perspective where, you know, I've done, you know, voice therapy, whatever the fuck you call it. Voice training. I think that's the word, voice training. And like, you can do, it's kind of a complicated layer of when there's a male voice and making it sound male while not actually talking like a male. That shit's a weird, like, extra layer of nonsense. Like, it's so strange to me. I can do it is the thing. Like, I'm capable of doing it to an extent and stuff, and it's just fucking strange because I could just talk like a dude and that's fucking fucked up, right? Like, I could just fucking do that. Because there have been times even on the stream where I just, you know, will do like a male voice without actually doing a male voice, and it's fucking strange. It is very complicated indeed. It is so fucking weird. Basmati Ricinator gifting out 5 additional subs. Whoa. What's up with all of this? Are there exclusive discounts that are ongoing? Is there like a percentage on a minimum of 5 gift subs or some bullshit going on? I haven't been paying attention. You know me, not always paying attention to everything. Yeah, apparently there's 2 voices. You know, like it is with most trans women, I don't really care much for my male voice, which obviously is why I've changed it. Not a fan of it. Not a particularly keen fan of that one. But that's why I went through the effort of changing it. Still an ongoing process, I would say. I think I'm like probably 80% of the way there, or like 70% of the way there to where I would want things. You've wondered how voice training and stuff works. Well, I'm not like the most best expert to ask about the topic because I'm a cheater, where basically I already had a lot of training with like voice acting and stuff. So like a lot of what I've learned about it is through just looking at some resources that are available on the internet, of which there are many, like solid, good resources to use. So it's basically like, but I already knew how a lot of it worked. I just had to interpret it where it was like, oh, you just mean this. or whatever, right? Or they would like, you know, go through exercises in a video, right? You know, with solid audio examples and shit like that. And then I would just like, you know, imitate and do what they did. And I would be able to do it pretty easily because I'm like, I already learned that stuff from doing voice acting in the past. So it was kind of more of just adapting what I already knew and just like doing it a ton, a lot. and that's pretty much been the whole gist of it. And then, you know, just building the stamina, the muscle and the muscle memory to do it on a long-term basis. And every now and then my voice will kind of struggle sometimes. It's happened a few times on stream and stuff. There's been a few times where I've had to stop streams prematurely just because for whatever reason my voice decided to kind of give up temporarily. It doesn't happen often these days, but it did happen like a few weeks ago or something, if I recall. So that was kind of a bit of a weird one. Bit of an oddity. But I think, honestly, like, that probably would have happened even with, like, a male voice. Like, I don't think that was exclusive to just, like, you know, just the voice training stuff. So, kind of a bit of just a weird biological thing, I think. Sometimes your body just decides to be stupid. Sometimes it's not anything more complicated than that. Sometimes your body just decides to give up. Who knows? I feel like every now and then, even though it's not like an amazing impression or anything, because that shit is difficult to do, every now and then, just in case somebody's playing Pragmata, I should just randomly say, "Jump, you!" every now and then, just to fuck with people, because that's one of Diana's barks, her common barks. Nice worm, Baxter. It's good worm. Well, the hype train's coming to an end. We're almost to level 5, but it's okay if the hype train ends. It's less than a minute. Oh my god. What are we ever gonna fucking do? But yeah. I did get Yooka Replayly. I did obtain it. It takes time to download, obviously. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but Nintendo servers aren't that great. So it could be a little bit, I don't know. I don't even have the Switch 2 turned on at the moment. I do have the Mister turned on just in case I wanted to DKC or a Mario World or something.
I'll give you some good dough.
Spadoinkle just cheered 100 bits.
Well, Spadoinkle, thank you for the 100 bits. Good ol' Franklin. Wow, Whoa. So did it end or did it continue? Because it was very close to ending. I think, okay, level 4 completed, okay. So it just got extended, whoa. Kilzo with the resubscription for 2 months extended the hype train. And now we're working towards level 5. Thanks you, Kilzo, for the 2 months of support, whoa. That's some fucking hype-ass shit. I've never played a Professor Layton game. Never played those. Those are a black box to me. I've heard people like them very much. Whoa, hype train. But yeah, I have heard Matt Mercer also does that stuff with Overwatch when that would happen. That is funny. That is very funny indeed. Jump, you! So stupid. But yeah, Pragmata's a fucking good ass game. At least sometimes, it doesn't always happen, but sometimes when a game gets delayed a bunch, it ends up being really good. It's like what Shigeru Miyamoto always says. A good game can be delayed and still be bad. Good games being delayed become bad. That's totally what he said. I like all the variants of that quote being butchered and changed. It's a good meme. Yeah, I guess it attributed to him for some reason. I heard that he was recently complaining about like the critics for Mario Galaxy. He's just become an old crank, and it's super funny. Oh man. Yeah, blonde bitches are all the same. That's right. Man, wouldn't it be fucked up if I became a blonde bitch? If I just had different hair colors and shit on my model. If I just became a fucking blonde bimbo. Fucking wild. It certainly would change the vibes a lot having a different hair color, that's for sure. Yes, the bimbo arc could be incoming, you never know. That is true, Sponicle. It's good that they're letting the talent work on other things and other franchises. Are you sure you want to send that? Twitch is very funny. It's okay to talk about bimbos and bimbofication on my stream. It is allowed. Hey, that's Metroid Prime music again. Whoa. Yes, the Gyaru Masumi arc, exactly. I'm gonna get such a sick fucking tan. It's gonna be super hype. Yeah, exactly. Abraham Lincoln said that you shouldn't believe everything on the internet. So like if he said it, it's how you know how you know he's onto something. Yeah, it's a safe place for bimbos, exactly. And himbos are okay too. You're safe here as well. Man. What a fucking stream. I still keep dropping frames periodically, by the way. It's not like, in the grand scheme of things, a lot of frames, but it sure does keep happening. It does make me wonder if the stream will be, like, just disconnect at some point. If it does, it's whatever, I guess. This isn't like a super intense, important stream. And I'm like half dead anyways, so whatever, I guess. But it is kind of annoying. I do like it. I do prefer it when my internet works good. We're on a pretty good streak for not really having many dropped frames, but today has been a little bit rough. You think the term blorbo came from the term bimbo, but you don't have proof. I see. The way that drop frames sometimes work with Twitch is weird because I can be dropping frames and it's just like the frame rate's getting cut out, but not like buffering, or it only affects certain quality options. So it gets to be a little bit complicated. It's not always perceived, or it's more difficult to perceive. Honestly, it depends on what I'm doing, but like the main thing I just would prefer is just not to have buffering. Whoa, the hype train completed at level 5. I got a hype chest. Whoa, choo choo. Kitty love, whoa. That one's okay. That emote is fine. I don't know if I would use it, but thank you very much for all the awesome support, chat. It is very much appreciated. Look at all these kitty loves. That's pretty cool. So you know what's another game that I got? I got a much cheaper game today. And if it really sucks, I'll might get a refund on it, but I got it for like $10 on a sale. And I might like this game, I might not, but I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes I just buy games based off of their vibes or like just what they're trying to do, right? And one of the games I purchased, which I don't even think I'm allowed to stream on Twitch, it's a bit up in the air. I'm gonna say probably not allowed to stream this on Twitch. It seems to be too hot for Twitch. It's a game called Turret Girls, all one word. It is an on-rails shooter that has some roguelike elements to it, and it has a bunch of pretty anime girls, and you can see their butts. It seems to be kind of like almost like a Nikkei Goddess of Victory kind of vibes to it, but it's not a gacha game, and it's not a live service game. And it recently got a big update to add a bunch of stuff, and it has a roadmap. and it's on a sale, so I decided to acquire it. Because they have pretty girls, and there's a lot of like interesting poses and designs and stuff, and I'm like, okay, for this price, I think I can get behind this. And people seem to largely enjoy the gameplay of it, despite the fact that perhaps the main reason you might buy this game is for the other reasons. I am a person who has played Senran Kagura games and had a good time, so I am not immune to propaganda. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't stream this game because like it seems to be a little too on the nose. It's a little too on the nose. Twitch has their limits and they play within them. Indeed, they were neat. It's a shame the Senran Kagura games are dead. And apparently it's mostly Sony's fault, is what I've heard. Exactly, if I'm not sure. I was just blowing my nose there because my nose just seems to be being weird today. The air purifier is on, so I would think it's not allergy related, but maybe it still is. Maybe the air purifier can only do so much. Kind of the vibes of what I'm getting is I might be having a bit of an allergy moment. Because it is spring, things are in bloom, so it wouldn't shock me if that's what's going on. The timeline does fit. Indeed, I have eyes and a heart and it's just human. I'm only human. I see, Hazuki, you're on the run, you're fleeing. It is the season. You think my chest is kind of hype? Oh, it's fine to say that. Like, in general, I'm a pretty big pervert, so I don't care if people all go over my model. It's kind of part of the point. Like, my model does frequently wear bodysuits. It's fine to say I have nice tits or something. Like, you know, it is all part of the design. Like, just saying. So, you know, it's fine. It's okay. If there's a boundary issue, I can always let people know. Why didn't I hear that boing? Maybe it's just too quiet, but that is a pretty funny redeem. It could just be my audio might be glitching again. Let me see.
I wonder what happens when I suck this.
Oh, it's just a little too quiet, that's all. It's just because the music's a little louder on my end. Because I don't have the same audio mix that the stream has, it's different, so... they are not shared. I actually ended up lowering a lot of alert sounds, like, too, so that's probably part of the reason. So maybe I just need to bump up the alert volume a little bit on my end. That's probably more of what it is. It's just that I lowered a lot of it, so I probably just need to bump up that whole audio device. I have a very wondrous audio setup for my stream. It's not like too overly complicated like some streamers have theirs. Mine's a bit more simple, but it's still like involved. There are still things at play. Yeah, Mark Morgan's making those guitar strings. He's having fun. And now it's enabled. It's Star Fox time. Fucking sure gonna be interesting to find out what the next Star Fox game ends up being. I still have to play through Assault. That's on the GameCube challenge. It's the remaining Star Fox game on the GameCube. That sure is a thing. So I guess like the next like big, and I mean this in a very like I mean this very conservatively, big Switch 2 game coming up is the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book game. I know almost next to nothing about it. Comes out May 21st. And most Yoshi games that release end up just being like terrible or they're very mediocre. And they also end up being like way too children focused in a way where it's like this was made for 5-year-olds or some shit. Like 5-year-olds derogatory is what some of these Yoshi games end up becoming. You had 2 bumblebees land on you. And how was that experience? Was that terrible or were you scared? Because like generally bees will not actually sting you. Like it's pretty rare unless you're doing something to upset them explicitly to put them in that position. Like I've been around lots of bees, like in larger quantities, and they don't bother me because I don't bother them. Like they could still be annoying, like if they don't leave me alone or something, like that might be annoying. And I totally get that, of course, but wasps are the real evil. Wasps are the real evil. Oh yeah, Manos, that does sound fun. Sounds very amusing. You hope the next Star Fox game is just a Star Fox game? Maybe. Some people don't want that. Some people think Nintendo doesn't have it in them to make, like, another actual Star Fox game. Maybe they're right. But yeah, wasps are the real evil. Everybody hates wasps. Nobody likes them. The only use that wasps contribute is that they are an important food source for other creatures. That's kind of it. Otherwise, they're just pests and they're just terrible. And they love to make their nests in anything and everything they possibly can because they're jerks. That sounds terrible. That's an awful experience. I have never been stung by a bee or a wasp. I am at a perfect score at the moment. I have avoided all the stings. You would like the next Star Fox to not be Star Fox 64? Hey, that's valid. I still haven't played Star Fox 64. I have not experienced it. I know that it has a recomp though, so I could always do that at some point. I played a decent amount of Star Fox Super Nintendo though. I think I've only ever beaten the middle route though, and I think I came close to beating the top route like once or twice, but I never managed to like get it done. Yeah, yellow jackets are just the worst. They're terrible fuckers. Another really annoying insect here where I live is a critter called a box elder. I fucking loathe them. They are loathsome motherfuckers. Box elders are completely harmless. Their issue is that they come in very large quantities and are absolutely demonically obsessed with trying to get into your house. They are an absolute fucking slut for heat and light sources in ways that most insects I've encountered are not. And they always come in large groups. When you see one box elder, there's always plenty more that are around. They're very annoying, and they will constantly try to get on your TVs and your monitors because they emit light. They will constantly just try to get everywhere. And they loved going on windows and shit, and they loved going inside of everything. They will always try to obsessively get around like screens on windows, and often successfully. And they're like mediums. They're like medium sized. They're not teeny tiny. They're like medium sized. So they're big enough that they're really annoying. And if you let them, they'll just like infest. Like they'll just fucking cover your walls and shit. And your ceilings and stuff. And like your windows. Like they'll just corpse pile. They're just terrible. There's way too goddamn many of them where I live. Some years are worse than others, but there's just way too many of these fuckers. And yeah, it's just absurd. We get stink bugs here too, Mountain Drew. We get those as well. My general area is home to a large variety of different insects. Box elders just tend to be the most largest quantity as of late. There are also, what else we got? If I say too much, I'm going to just triangulate my location to chat probably. So if I talk too much about how many critters are here, the chat just may be like, oh, you live here. And I'm like, maybe. You don't know that. But, I live in Canada. That's enough information. I mean, some people are like that, Disaster Millennial. But at the same time, like, not that I would, of course, because, you know, why do anything that stupid? But, like, I'm also the kind of person who would be like, yeah, okay, you know where I live, and so what? Fucking show up, bitch. Fucking show up then. You know? It's like, whatever. And also, like, you know, the whole point of my current life circumstances is ideally I'm not going to be here much longer, and I'm going to be moving to a different address, so it's like, whatever. Like, that part doesn't matter as much to me in that sense, you know? It's like, ideally, I'm not going to be here for too terribly much longer, but who fucking knows? That's true, Spun Ankle. I could throw people off the trail. I could completely just deceive people. It's so true. Yeah, I fight lions all the time in Canada, exactly. But, yeah, box elders are incredibly annoying creatures. I've come to find them quite loathsome. They are a pain in the ass. There are methods to kind of deal with them, but, like, there's cleanup involved, and it's just annoying. They're pretty easy to kill. At least there's that. Like, they're easy to kill. They're not, like, difficult. They don't even really move that often. Like, they don't really give a shit if you just pick them up with, like, a Kleenex or something. I just don't like doing that because they're gross. But, you know, I've had to do that many times. Yes, I have saved a penguin. It's true lore. It's very true lore indeed. Man. I gotta go piss, okay? I gotta go piss, and then I will be back, okay? I will not be long. Do not go anywhere, chat. I will return in a minute or two. Oh, they're kind of just stuck up. Oh. I see.
Wow.
So that's what's been going on.
So sad that Veronica slipped and cracked her head open and died.
The Humonga Vision is the only thing that's giving it any juice. Otherwise, this is quite dire. What the fuck is that baseball doing? Oh, so this game's just broken. Okay.
They're headed home.
Gotcha. So about things not mattering in the video game. Hey, just so you know, if you ever have money issues, I can give you good financial advice. You can talk to me anytime, chum. I may not look rich, but I've got plenty of cash. Yeah, let me tell you about these things called NFTs. You might have heard of them. They're very lucrative, very profitable. I, in fact, have a few of these, what I called, bored pigs myself. Oh, you just put notes and stuff.
Yeah, you could just write on the images. Isn't that helpful?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's a pretty accurate assessment.
Man, these splash screens are really fucking low rent. That is a good face, though.
We don't have a lot of options. It's either be a bisexual or be a cannibal.
Just like real life, you know? That's your two choices.
Yep, two choices. That's all you get.
He's having trouble there. Dog meat did something for once. What the fuck was that?
You might need to re-up her missile stockpile occasionally. Lee. Wow.
I knew she was going to do that. That was so funny. She kind of...
That slowdown was terrible. Yeah, mind the... What? Veronica! It already happened! You're supposed to shout before you shoot!
Oh, you're so funny, Veronica. The Brotherhood. Oh. Okay.
Huh.
She's just gone now.
I mean, you're right. Veronica, you're so funny. Boop.
Yeah. I'm back. Yeah, that Avatar game was terrible. Really bad game. And that game crashed when it was on credits. Fun fact. The game gave up and crashed when I finished it. Yeah, PS3 version had some real bangers in it, that's for sure. Some real bangers there. I may do some New Vegas next week. We were near the end of dead money on that one. I might do some New Vegas next week. We'll see what it looks like. We'll see what happens. Yeah, she had really good comedic timing, it's true. Like, generally speaking, the New Vegas streams have done well enough for what they are that I'm not, like, too concerned about their, you know, nobody watching them yet. The last stream did really poorly, but that was because Twitch, like, fucking had a fucking meltdown. Twitch was, like, literally not working correctly for, like, the last hour of that stream, so it completely destroyed any and all metrics for that stream. It was barely functional. But yeah, they are fun, and people do watch them. There is a dedicated audience of people who watch me stream that. And it does have an endpoint. Like, we are more and more quickly kind of barreling toward, like, getting through New Vegas, because the stronger you get, like, the faster everything goes with that game, so. And we're definitely reaching a point with that where, like, things are just gonna fucking get pasted all the time. Alrighty. Let me investigate the Switch 2 situation. I would assume that Euclid Pre-Playly probably downloaded. It's probably done. Because games are set to automatically download when I buy them. And there should be space for that game. Like, I'm pretty sure there should be plenty, so chances are good that it is probably available to play. So I might just do that. I do have other games I can stream. But I would like to at least play some of this. I do have Gecko Gods, which I could play while I feel like tired and shitty, because Gecko Gods is not super demanding to play. I could play more of that at some point, maybe today. I can also give another game a try that I just got called Vampire Crawlers, the hot new release. One of the few roguelite pick an option of 3 games that I'm willing to tolerate. So I'm willing to give Vampire Crawlers a try. So I might do that on stream as well. And that's one of the games I had already set up. As you can see here, the title was already there. But I'm going to change it because I want to try out the Yuka Replayly thing now. So let's do that. So how the fuck do you type this in? Let me look at the I know there's like a hyphen in here somewhere. I don't know where it is. Is it like here or something? I don't fucking know. I'll have to look at the title. I will have to inspect. Alrighty. Oh, of course that happened. One moment. It's a silly little thing that capturing does. Alrighty. So many buttons I have to push. Okay. Yeah, 2. The 2. Okay. You know what I need to do at some point? And I have to like go shopping and see. But at some point I'm gonna have to like find more props and more like accessories and things to attach to this model. I feel like we need more things. Chat does enjoy what we have and use them, so I'm like, maybe we need more toggles. We need more like, we need more little fun accessories and stuff. Because it's pretty fucking easy to add things to your like 3D model and stuff like that. Like, it's not that difficult. So I could just do some more shopping and see what we can find at some point. Because it's definitely much easier to do than some things are. Okay. And now I play the game. Oh, actually,
Sounds
I know
like
which
fun.
input the Switch 2's on. That's one of the ones where I know. Oh, hey, Chris. You are at a perfect time. I am just about to play the same game you are. And it's not even on purpose. It just happened to be a thing that occurred. I was interested in this game even before you played it. And I noticed it was on a discount. And then Tommy Fists was like, hey, I'll just buy the game for you. And then I'm like, okay, fine. What's up, Chris? I hope you had fun playing the game. There is no escape. It's true. There is no escaping this. It is happening. The time is now. The place is here. That is what I had heard you mention, yes. Would you say you're overall positive on it because it's not like a rare game? I assume that you're in the same boat as me where it's like, it not being a rare game is a positive. That means it's good. I assume that's what you mean. Oh wow, this category has like nobody following it. Holy shit. I'm just gonna go to games and demos then. Let's go to the generic games and demos. You don't know? Okay. Well, I'm interested to find out. I also have the original game. I could check that out at some point too to kind of compare and contrast. I have that on PC, but that game doesn't take anything to run. Okay, everything looks good. Oh, I spelled the Switch thing wrong. Or did I? Is that just a weird font choice? Why is it doing that? Oh, there we go. Okay, they have hyphens here. I see what it is. I'm very anally retentive about the the titling of things. So it's like a right there. All right, I see. Yeah, I guess I must have like hit the fucking L by accident or something. Alrighty. Look at this cursed ass fucking avatar, by the way. I did this on purpose because I'm terrible. This is just me. I'm just terrible. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in, readers. For those who don't know me, I'm Asmi. I play a variety of video game on this stream. Including games like this, apparently. And one of the other things I do is the GameCube Challenge, where I beat every GameCube game ever released. I'm getting pretty close to beating 100 of those. So that's pretty cool. Graphics mode defaults to performance. Very good. And it's a little loud at the moment. Let me drop that a bunch. Okay. Might adjust that look sensitivity when we're in game. I guess we'll see. I have also streamed the Impossible Lair before. I didn't end up finishing it because the game was just way too fucking long. But I did have a pretty good time with that game. But it just kind of ended up just dragging on forever, and I just decided to just kind of stop streaming the rest of it. I got like 70% or 80% the way through the Impossible Lair. But this takes place before it. They sure make the rare noises. I do like the chat calling it boneless though. If you can't read fast enough, it's too bad. I'm sure the story is barely a thing in this game anyway. I've actually streamed a fair amount of games that are very reverent to rare games, and they often end up being better than said rare games. That's basically what ends up happening with these. Okay, I'm seeing a little bit of crunch here on this version. A little bit of crunch. But it is running at 60. And I don't have to give my PC the burden of trying to run it, and also the PC version's fucked. Shitloads of shader comp stutter is what people said. Thought I would mention that now because, you know, not everybody's here all the time. Like the people who rated in. Okay. A tail twirl combo. Whoa. Okay, we can kind of do like a crash movement there. They do make noises. It's tail time? No, tail time is exclusive to the lizard. That's an exclusive lizard thing. Okay, so like, I can't, as of yet, I do not know how to get higher like that if I can. I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, we are allegedly a type of lizard, yes. A yucca might be some form of a lizard. Yeah, this looks a little crunchy on performance mode. But like, I'd rather have the game run at 60 than the alternative of 30, and 30 for a game like this is not ideal. That does not spark joy. Good tail emote. I figured it was from Etoile Doll. It looked like hers. Lovely streamer. I do like Eto. They really did take it to the next level. It's so true. It's a KG. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that at some point I may have to take like a bit more of an extended break. Because there might be a real life thing I have to do for a sec, but it may not occur. We'll see. I do not know. This default camera movement speed's actually pretty good. This is like actually a pretty good default. It moves pretty quickly. Oh, and you can like adjust it to the trigger as well. Okay. So we got like good camera control in this game. That's reassuring. Let me know if the volume levels are good, by the way. Let me know if it's too loud. They sure have the jokes. They've got the jokes. There's a security camera here. Whoa. Who knows? Maybe there is another button. I bet that if I were to guess, it doesn't matter which button it is. It just goes by to whatever the last one you hit is. Sounds good so far? Okay, cool. Oh, over here. There we go. Yippee. If I were to guess, I could look at the demo for that as well at some point, because it's out now. I'm gonna guess Bubsy 4D probably looks somewhat similar to this on the Switch 2, which is what I'm gonna be streaming it at. Whenever I'm caught up with all the bubs and that game's out. Descendants of a book lizard, going back to a previous
I wonder what
conversation.
happens
Indeed.
when I suck this.
Who knows? We're going to have to find out. The one book. Most valuable thing in existence. Wow. Jump, you! I'm just gonna do that periodically in case Noelle's watching and still playing Pragmata. Who knows, I might actually fuck with her and it might work at one point, and maybe she'll jump. It's funny too in Pragmata because like, when there's that prompt to jump with some of those enemies, jumping works, sure. But like, you can just dodge. You can just do like the fucking jump thrusters dodge and that will work. Like, you can just avoid damage doing that too. At least if like you do a perfect dodge. So I guess it's kind of whatever the preference is. Hey, Yuki. He's got evil plans to achieve. I would say a game like this is pretty normal street material for me. I've played a lot of fucking 3D platformers, especially thanks to the GameCube challenge. And I've played a lot of Rare's stuff. And this is very Rare adjacent, at least in aesthetics. You're now here, Desi? Tommy Fists gave me money to buy this game because I was mentioning I was thinking about it, getting it on the Switch too. Because the PC version's fucked. So he decided to take the reins and control the stream. So I'm like, yeah, sure, fuck it. I only just started playing this. I was chatting for like over 2 hours. So you didn't really miss anything like in that sense because as you've mentioned before, a lot of the things I tend to chat about on stream are things you talk with me about or you know about. So it's like a little more overlap. Wow. And just in case, like Noelle, Desi, you're playing Pragmata or something, I'm just gonna periodically say, "Jump, you," and I might get you eventually. I gotta walk up to that telescope and press A. That would get you? Awesome. I don't know if it's really that accurate, though. I don't know if that Diane impression's any good. Very Wind Waker moment here. Boop. Good sound effect. I see, Desi. That's a pagey. Hugh, I've sent you a landmaster. True. So I think the main thing, at least with performance mode, which they very recently added to this version, The main thing I'm noticing with performance mode is it is fairly flickery, especially when you move the camera. Like there's a lot of like shimmering. But other than that, it's doing the job. Yep. Gotta save that book. So this is definitely not like clean in the same way like Mario Odyssey is, right? But you know, this seems reasonable. Because yeah, the PC version is fucked up. Is basically what research showed. It has like serious shader comp issues past like the first intro chapter part of the game. Otherwise, I probably would have bought that version, but hey. Switch 2 is the next best thing for me. What the oh, did the fire damage me? Wow. Alright. This sounds very cursed, but oinkle. I await the interesting results. They really want me to go in here. They're like, motherfucker, get in there now, bitch. Oh, really, Disaster Millennial? Interesting. I mean, you get the glide. You gotta glide. Delicious. Hi, Skyfire Hero. Welcome. Welcome to video games. Okay, so those are like healing items, like Spyro, I guess, and also coins. It is a video game, yes. Yuka Replayly. Got a Switch 2 update recently to run at 60 FPS. Previously, it was only available at 30. Defaults to performance now, at least docked. Yeah, chat gave this to me, so I was interested in it, and they're like, yeah, I'll buy it. So I'm like, fine, you control the stream this time, I guess. That's fine. This is a very improvisational stream. I chatted for a while, like a couple hours or more. And now it's gaming. Oh no, I should have just kept mashing Y. Apparently that's the real strategy, just mash Y. Okay, I see. They're teaching me the moves. And this also works as an attack. Cool. I am learning. I see murder. I see murderous opportunities. A buddy slam. I know ground pounding. I know that thing. Whoa. I assume that Chris was probably playing this on a PS5. Safe assumption. So definitely got a more high fidelity experience. Like, I have a PS5. It's just that it's not in the room. So it would be a pain in the ass to set up. So this made the most sense. The Switch 2 is right here. It's much easier to stream with when it's in the room. And I just swap to HDMI 5 on my switcher. Whoa, 50. That's a big number, Desi. If you didn't miss that one stream, it could have been an even bigger number. I'm not sure if I like those weird golden pig looking things though, I'm gonna be real. They bother me a little bit. This is kind of awkward to get these. There's a weird, I'm probably not gonna get them all. Barely. Looked like they were gonna go away and fade out. Be like 100? Whoa. Full of impure thoughts. You know, it's funny too that like pigs are showing up here, because when we do Bubsy 2, which is the next game in the lineup for the Bubsy challenge, as it were, Bubsy 2 has a lot of pigs in it. Like, pigs are the big thing in Bubsy 2. There's no woolies in Bubsy 2. It's all about the pigs. Fuck. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of pigs and hearing a lot of weird, gross pig noises. So it's kind of thematic that we're just seeing some of that in this game too. Cannot escape. Okay, I see. Yeah, some of these effects, these like transparency effects, look very low artifact, kind of strange on the Switch 2 with performance. There's definitely a bit of like chunkage and like almost like kind of like dithering with the fog effect here. Like, it's, I don't think this is dithering, but it kind of looks like it. You know what I mean? Like it looks a bit strange. There's like a resolution thing here. I mean, you gotta compromise how you compromise, I guess, to get it to run it at a 60, but like maybe this particular version of the game is just like punching in at a much higher like fidelity than the original game, because it is like a remake, right? So I don't know. So maybe they really had to like pare it down for the Switch 2 or something. Like maybe this was originally like really going for console, like main console shit, not portable originally. Doesn't really seem to be much reason to be up here. That looks like you can hit that. Almost looks like a thing you could interact with. Oh, I can do that. That's a little easier than just trying to just run into those butterflies. The HD rumble on this is pretty good though, I'll say that. I'm liking the HD rumble on this game. So that is a benefit, I suppose. The power of the HD rumble on the Nintendo Switch 2. Oh hey, I know this guy from the Impossible Lair. And he was the same sort of dude in that. He just was a gatekeeper. Hey, available username. I don't know what engine this is running on. I'm sure it's not hard to find out though. But I would assume this is Unity. It's like, if this was UE5, I would want to say there would be more obvious tells. Definitely CryEngine. It's like UE5 is a pretty distinct flavor of god-awful visuals, and I don't think this is punching in at that. Eh. Right, exactly. You can see things. Yeah, there's a lot of shimmering, as you can see, like with the bookshelf here. Whenever the camera's moving, especially, there's a lot of shimmering. That seems to be like the main weakness of this version with this performance mode enabled. I wonder what it would look like if I turned it to quality or whatever. I probably wouldn't enjoy playing the game that way, but it would be interesting for science. The PG door. The good old classic gatekeeping. I think the Dr. Quack design is pretty solid. I do like the duck. I like the duck in the weird Futurama head jar thing. That's pretty good. Wow. Oh, okay. I just killed somebody. Good stuff. Sometimes you just push a button and people die. The music's coming in pretty well, at least. Like, I assume they probably got Grant Kirkhope for this one. The music seems reasonably solid for what they're going for. As I recall, I'm pretty sure Desi played the original game. I don't know if he beat it. So assuming Desi or anybody else who's played this remembers these games. You didn't? Okay. And you might find this interesting for scientific perspective. There's a thing past that fire, but I don't know how to get it. Maybe related to this. You played it, but you didn't beat it. I see, I see. Oh, hey, there's that thing. Oh, there's one over there. We got our first PG. Well, the one that actually we collected. Yippee. The simple joys of 2D platforming, or 3D platforming. Jesus, 2D. You know, my brain's really fucking functioning today. I really feel that 5 hours of sleep. There could be dozens of them, it's true. Hello, Sheepy Hime. Otherwise known as Sheepy Hime. I was talking earlier, Sheepy, about the bizarre nature of voice training and stuff, and talking in a male voice without talking in a male voice and still being feminine. The like extra layer of it where I can do it, but it's a very tricky thing, you know, like it's very nuanced. When I could just literally talk in a dude voice if I wanted to, but I don't, obviously. But it's a very funny thing. Hello, Happy Toaster. Whoa, those just went everywhere. It's a fucking mess. It is pretty neat. So like, I guess like I'm looking for, I don't know what I'm doing for that one. I guess that's for me to find out. Yeah, everyone's here apparently. It's like Smash Brothers. It would be pretty cool if Smash had a more functional online. That would be pretty fun. Oh, okay. This is a power-up of sorts. I should probably... And it also lasts for a limited amount of time. Okay. The flamethrower thing. Okay. I do not know what to do with it. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. I understand. Whoa, I can spell. It's like Donkey Kong. This is just like DKC. Hey, available username. Thank you for the giant Scooby. We solved the mystery. It's a good Scooby emote. Yeah, I thought that was dots. Is that like a tier 2 or something emote? I don't think it's in her like base emotes. I saw that Zoiteki did like some research on fucking gargoyles because Dot was playing that I think like yesterday or the day before. And I found that very fascinating. That was some good research, just learning like how bugged the continue system is in Gargoyles is fucked. That game seems turbo fucked up. Amazing style. A very stylish, awesome game in that regard. But looked miserable. Just miserable. And to be bugged in that way, at least on that version, is fucking wild. And yes, there is like a Steam remake. Or remaster or whatever. Like, it's an incredibly visually remarkable game. Looks pretty terrible to actually experience. But hey. Sometimes that's video games. True, true. Sometimes that divination's important. So are we just... I guess if it's like Impossible Lair, which I assume there's most of the things taken from... For Impossible Lair are from this game, because that's how the games work when they're franchises. I guess this is just like a level, a world that we're just in now. All right. So I guess we're just doing this. Alrighty. Because I see the numbers here. Loading times are not amazing. The Switch 2 is capable of pretty fast loading. Maybe this area is just fucking massive. I don't know. But definitely the load times are a little inadequate for the hardware of the Switch 2. Because the Switch 2 does have really fast loading like modern systems, so... Not really sure how to feel about that one. I'm just kind of criticizing the technicals of this version. It's SSD stuff, yeah. A Ghost Rider. Whatever the hell that is. Hey, Peeps Gatorade. Whoa, it's the feather thing. Different tactics you can capture us. Find all 5 hidden within this world. A special reward you will behold. Whoa, it rhymes. It's like poetry. Okay, the place where you celebrate the seeking. Look at all these introductions we're getting. 150 quills in each world. Buy items in Trouser's shop. Whoa. Ghost Raiders are Jinjos with extra steps? I see. Gah-huh. Alrighty. That's like a bookmark. Whoa, his name's Mark. Whoa. I can mark things. Okay, this I see. Like Mario Odyssey. I see, I see. And warp points. Whoa. Neato. Unity being Unity? Perhaps. Because like most Switch 2 games, at least Nintendo developed ones, load pretty fucking fast on here. Including like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And those are much larger scale than a ukulele. Okay, you can like... Okay, what are we doing here though? Help him escape. Like a mini game thing, I guess, kind of. Okay. I don't know if this is on a time limit or not. It implies like it is. Okay, that seems fuck. Fire bad. Can I grab that, please? Thank you. That seems to be just unrelated. Doesn't seem required. It's like a power-up we could use if we wanted, I guess. But like, I can just do this. Probably just as good, if not better. Oh shit, oh fuck. Gotta watch out. Don't want to die. This reminds me of a combat room. This is very much the same sort of deal, but it is optional, in theory. That's a big boy. They're still kind of just as weak, though. Size doesn't matter. How did they split into multiple different people, though? That's a bit of a mystery. Volume level's still been good, by the way. That was pretty easy. There's 30 artists in the Gargoyles games and 1 programmer. Yeah, that sure checks out. That sure explains that mystery. Sometimes the credits tell you everything you need to know. My favorite thing about GameCube games especially... Oh, you can go in there, okay. I was wondering. Favorite thing about GameCube games, chat, is when I look at the credits... Oh, that just leaves me... What? Okay, that didn't do anything. Basically, a game can be incredibly fucking buggy and barely function, and then there's like 40 QA people. That's always an amazing thing. Hey, that's Shovel Knight. I know that guy. I still haven't played his games though, but I've seen him in many games. I have his games, I just haven't played them. I do remember when he was in every game. Sometimes he still shows up. Yo. There are a lot of Shovel Knight games, it's true. Some more notable than others. I love getting pagey pieces. Golden pagey pieces. Okay, so ice power, ice power. Oh, perspective's a bitch. Oh, damn. This thing's a weird power-up. I see. Almost. Whoa. Hey, these are just Yoshi Island Mario. These are just fucking Mario things. You did a Mario thing. I'm gonna fail this though. I was too slow. Okay. There we go. Gaming. Super difficult. Okay, there's a lot of these. Physics. You know, I wonder what this would look like if it wasn't leveraging... Like, here's the thing that's kind of I'm wondering about this version of the game, right? Is this using DLSS? Because, like, it just seems to be, like, very surprisingly aliased. And I'm not sure what to make of that. Like, is it possible to just release a thing on the Switch 2 and not use the DLSS that it has? I'm really curious. I don't know, it's just a bit weird. Because I feel like this should look better. I don't know. It's not like the worst looking thing I've ever seen or anything, but it's like the Switch 2 should be able to punch a little bit better than this. Are my thoughts. Still though, it's basically the best version I have available to me at the moment because fucking not dragging the PS5 up here. Shovel Knight's, at least most of the games for Shovel Knight, I'm pretty sure are quite old at this point, so like, it being considered a retro game makes sense to me. Wondering if there's anything like else over here. Maybe I just talked to Shovel Knight dude now. Seems like I did everything. So I probably seek out Shovel Knight man. Who's like over here. Lizard leap. What do you mean? Oh. I see. That's pretty useful.
Yo, ho, 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 yo. Ho, 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 yo.
Uh-huh, yo. Hey Dio, yes you do, it's stuck in a loop. Was completely unintentional, but that's what this ended up being somehow. It was a funny coincidence. Seems like I need the ice power-up for that, or this power-up? No, this power-up, okay. The bomb power-up, gotcha. How quaint, how fun. Oh hey, it's one of those things. It's like a Jinjo. But it's a Ghost Rider. That's true, you don't want to give up. You want to keep the loop going. You don't want to give it up. And plus you're getting a different version of the game now. You're getting the lower fidelity version. I think this may also be on Switch 1. Can't imagine how it would look on the fucking Switch 1 though. That must be unbelievably rough. But I'm not certain if it has one. Now, why do I want to do this? What are these platforms going to benefit me with? What do I get out of being up on these? Is it just to tell me that's what it does? Or is there something to this? Seems to kind of just be there to tell me it does that, and that's kind of it. Well, yeah, it says what version it is too on the top of the game feed. So there's always that. A lot of people don't read that though. There is a part of me that wonders like, hey, for some of these widescreen games, should I just switch back to an old school layout of just, it just has the game feed and me in it and that's it? I've considered it. I don't know if that's better though, or worse. Who's to say? I used to do that with some of these. Hooray. Yeah, people don't like to read, it's true. Every now and then I also don't read. I usually do, though. I mean, obviously this is very early into the game, so I definitely won't make snap judgments. But I will say that this game is very chill and easy so far. But it is very early. And also, if a game of this genre is easy, I don't really mind. I don't mind it if a game is chill and fun to play. It doesn't need to be the hardest thing ever made. Just an observation, really. I see. So they don't want me to... Oh, it's just a timing thing. Okay, whatever. I don't fucking care. I can go this way. Ooh, I got a thingy. One more to go. I think this game's also well animated. I'll give them props for that. It's quite a well animated video game. There's lots of that going on. Also, here's another observation. They are not hitting the 60 FPS target completely. I'm noticing, especially in this section here, like over here, there's like some frame droppage or something. Or mild amount of like stutter or hitching or something. It's not a notable amount, but this game is not fully locking 60 here. So there's definitely... I feel like this version's kind of running in still a bit too hot. Despite their patch and stuff, it's still like... The 60 FPS one is... This performance mode is kind of still a bit lacking, it feels like. I just assume if, like, I touch this guy, he's just gonna fucking murder my ass without a power-up. Okay. I assume I have no way to kill him. Ooh. I found a skull and it looks fancy. Pirate treasure. Woo. Mysterious pirate treasure. I wonder if there's more to find in the other grand tomes. Ooh. Long-term collectibles. I see, I see. These games do like that. Shit. You don't die in one hit from that roll. Good to know. What the hell's going on with this? Whoa, you see that, chat? It's not even that far away, and like the object detail completely changes, and not in a subtle way. That is interesting. It's coming in a bit hot, that's for sure. Do they let me change this in-game? They do. Fidelity. Okay, let's see what fidelity looks like. It still does that. Okay, so fidelity doesn't fix things like that. We're currently playing in fidelity mode, chat. The frame rate certainly took a dip. I am curious what other things look like now. It certainly is a bit rough in terms of that performance. Is this even 30? This might be less than 30. It certainly looks pretty fucking awful in terms of the performance here. This fidelity mode is...
Well, it's about time.
Hey, Diodolface, thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate the new subscription. It doesn't look consistent in the least. No, this doesn't seem like 30. And holy shit, the input latency here is immense. This is incredibly unresponsive in terms of my inputs on this mode. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's truly feeling retro now. Yeah, this is insane. And no, like, you still see some visual issues with, like... I want to say this is, like, TAA or something is going on with this. I'm not sure which. But yeah, this is not great. I think the performance mode is just straight up an improvement. Like, it isn't... Oh, you can just see it right here, too. Okay, this is fun. You can just instantly change it on pause here. Well, it glitches out, I guess, when you do it sometimes. I mean, I guess, yeah, there's more specular highlights, there's more texture detail, there's more shadow detail. You can see some of this. Happy Toaster, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate it, thank you very much. It's another warp point. Like, you can still see the specular highlights, though. It's just varies, I guess. It's still kind of there, but it's... yeah, weird. Now, I was just curious. Like, no, the game's barely playable on fidelity mode. Like, it's bad. It's not even hitting a consistent 30. And the input latency is immense sometimes. It's way more responsive on performance. It's not even fucking close. You can finally woo, it's true. So yeah, only like maybe a week ago or less than a week ago, this update hit for performance. So the Switch 2 version was just like this. God, imagine fucking playing the Switch 2 version just like this the whole time. That'd be awful. So what does this fucker say? I wasn't really paying attention. I'll read. Rolling up unannounced, I see. Okay, so there's a thingy up there. Okay, what was the input for this? Oh, that was it. Okay. They're telling me here too, okay. Yippee. We'll grab the pagey. We'll grab the pagey. So is he just gonna murder my ass? Or is this like a challenge where he throws shit at me? Okay, he just throws shit at me. I'm a glass peddler, apparently. So yeah, this is a boss fight. Okay. Okay. He is murdering my ass. I am extremely dead. Wow. I wasn't sure what I was doing there. Maybe I'm hitting the eye. I was trying to thought, oh, I go for the mouth, right? But I guess not. That's not what I'm doing. I think I have a good checkpoint here. First death. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to hit the eye while avoiding the flames. Or something. Shit, wrong inputs again. I'm fucking this up because I just don't know how to play yet. I'm still like learning. No. Okay, okay, we're shattering teeth. Great. Okay, you just have to wait. Okay. Typical 3D platformer boss, you gotta wait. Oh, they're giving me health back. In theory. If I can get it in time. It's gotta... Oh, cool. Alright. Yeah, I'm still getting used to the controls in this, and I'm fucking tired as shit, so that's part of it too. Alrighty. Let's fucking go. Yeah, 5 hours of sleep or so is what I got today, so that's my justification for sucking ass at video games. Oh, come on. I don't want to time there. Yeah, they gotta watch out for these fucking braziers or whatever you want to call these. Man, that is a weird hitbox. Very strange. I'm wrecking his dental. Alrighty. Keep pressing the wrong fucking button again. No. Such an intense boss fight. Ooh, he split it out now. He's probably gonna trick me at some point. Or not. Nope, he just keeps doing it. Okay. Oh my god, come on. I hate getting hit by the fucking stupid flames next to it. This fire looks pretty rough, I will say. I bet it looks great in fidelity mode, though. Almost. Shit. Oh, that was really close. And there we go. Defeated. I wonder if that was the boss of the whole, like, fucking world. It looks like it. We just kind of stumbled into him. A triple pagey. Oh, a triple pagey. Ew, just stand on his eyeball. You know, I should. Well, at least they have a dialogue for it. That's good detail. That's pretty fun. Good old abuse and murder. So what's going on? Can't go in them? Okay. So just no entrance inside of him or anything. He's just fucking dead now. Alright, cool. Hey, Dat Demo. I too love blood and violence. I play many violent video games. But yeah, the performance around this area is just rough. I'm sure chat who have a keen eye have been noticing like stutters like here and stuff. There's not like stutters, it's just frame time is kind of bad. Hey, Kikidayo. It beats fidelity mode though. I hope you're doing well. Looks like I found a ghostwriter. It's moving around. I thought I had it. Oh, I have to sonar shot it. Okay, the game's telling me that. Okay. They could have not told me shit. They could have just kept it cryptic. You just woke up? That's a fucked up sleep schedule I assume you have. Very good. Yippee. Completely nocturnal currently. Wow. I've been there in the past. Lately, I've mostly been either not sleeping very well, like today, and the day before that, kind of. Yesterday, I slept really well. Today, not so much. And then the day before that, I didn't sleep for like 2 days, it felt like. That was a lot of fun. That was a great time. You're nocturnal because of your current job. Well, hey, at least I hope that pays well. I sincerely hope at least it pays well. Getting some extra good money on a nocturnal job. My sister has a job that is like partially nocturnal. And I think she gets some pretty decent money from that when she's on the night shifts. So that's cool. All right. I see some shit over there. Okay, there's a limit on the glide. Good to know. Green. Now what's green about? It ran out. Did that mean I'm not getting a reward, or is that just coins? It was very tight. I wasn't fast enough. I think that's just coins, because I only saw the coin counter go up, so I don't... Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Fuck, it is just tight then. Okay. I don't know if I have to get all of them or if it's just like you got to get to the end of this. A little unclear. Okay. That's fucked up, Kikidao. But maybe you like it fucked up. I don't know. Bedtimes are subjective. Oh shit, oh fuck, they tricked me. They fooled me. They bamboozled me. I would say I like the level design of this. I think this is a neat world. It overall is largely aesthetically pleasing for what they're going for. That is my review so far. The technical weirdness or potential issues of the Switch 2 port notwithstanding. But it's like I've said more than once, the PC version is all kinds of fucked up from what these reviews are saying, so it was never a viable option. So this is the next best thing. Oh, okay, we're doing a try and find the matching thing, and I'm tired and this is not going to go well. I can cheat it, I guess, by pausing the game a little bit. I can kind of cheese it a little bit with that. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I'm not going to get this on the first go. I wonder if it's the same every time or if it's random. I guess we'll find out soon. I was pretty close. Hi, Alt. You got your tax return? Congratulations. It's good to see you. You got the badge too, huh? How do you even get that badge? Is it just gift subs kind of deal? Is that the usual thingy of it? Okay, it is the same every time. Which one are you again? Where'd you put, where's this one at? Can't fucking see. My brain's melting. I'm panicking. This is the hardest thing ever. Okay, there it is. And then right here. Sub to someone playing Pragmata. Okay, I see. So that's how that works. Okay. I may consider that. It's a cute badge. I like that. Pragmata's really good. To briefly recap my non-spoiler brief vague review, I think it's one of Capcom's best games in a very fucking long time. I like Resident Evil Requiem. It's good. Like overall, I'm very positive on Requiem. It's a hit. It's an overall pretty fucking good Resident Evil game. But Pragmata is just more fun. like Pragmata is just very fresh. It's just a more fun game. It's very different from Resident Evil stuff. Like, it's not really comparable. Like, they're different kinds of video games. They have some things in common with some Resident Evil games, but it's not really like it's not really super comparable. But in terms of what I find more fun, Pragmata is more fun. And yes, the new IP smell is beneficial. That does help it. And thank you for saying I'm even cuter. Okay, these guys are invincible. They're like weird shadow freaks. Apparently you can do that though. That's good to know. You can like... Okay. That's neat. So you can like kind of move them around. You can like stun them and do knock them over like that. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, Dio, is it's kind of a similar vibe to that. Oh, I guess you could probably use this as like a... Does this give me a power-up to deal with those guys too in a different way, or... No business with you. I guess that's related to something else then. I don't know what that's for yet. That's funny, screensaver. Similar to Hat in Time sound effect. Interesting. I still need to play through a Hat in Time. I've had it for a long time. Haha, I said time. But yeah, Hat in Time looks really good. Overall, though, I'm enjoying my time with this game so far. This is fun. This is kind of what I was looking for, I would say, overall. Like, in terms of 3D platformer, this was kind of what I was in the mood for. So, this is fitting the bill. Yeah, you said that before, Desi. The co-op thing, though, is a mod. It's not official. That's one of my misgivings with that, is it does not have full co-op for the campaign unless you get a mod. So that's one of my misgivings with that. But, it's just the ambiguity and uncertainty of how that would work with a mod and not being an official thing. You've done it with that mod before and it worked fine? I see. Well, that's good to know. What the hell are we doing here? Okay, good to know, but how do I unlock you? Is it just... Do I have to get all these activated? Is that it? Am I collecting things? Maybe it's... Maybe that's what it is? It's just you gotta get all of them. Oh, come on. Okay, so there's like a limit on this, though. Does he run out of stamina? And you have to wait for it to come back. This doesn't seem to have a time limit, though, so you can just... okay. So yeah, I think maybe what it is, it's not... It could be coin-related, or it's just activate all of them. It could just be... You gotta... I don't know. Coins are showing up. Oh, okay, I see. The mystery has been solved. Yeah, Had Time seems like a real good video game. I've seen people play it before here and there, and I've tried it a little bit. Never tried it on stream, though. If only more GameCube games played anything like a game like this did. Unfortunately, a lot of them are just really terrible at being what they are. 6th-gen platformers often be like that. See, there's like a bookmark over there. Digimon World 4 was just fucking nothing. I assume this is probably a place where I can spend the coins or something, or one of the locations. Rextro. We don't have a plate coin yet. Okay. Alright, so we need a special collectible for this. It's not just, We Yeah, Digimon World 4 is like a brain death video game. It's completely sauceless. It's just fucking nothing. There's nothing in that game. It is just kind of just the most blandest thing for me. Oh, that should give us a Paiji. Assuming this thing works. Okay. Yay, we got them all. You got a Paiji. Whoa, that was like fall damage. But I didn't take damage, it just stunned me. Okay, so this wraps back around to where we were. Is there like a... I assume if we talk to this guy, if we have the right conditions or whatever, it might like enable something down here, but right now there seems to be nothing in here. I'll keep looking though, who knows, there might be a thing. There's this, okay. It's that thing that he was mentioning. A play coin. And that's one play coin. Return to Rextro for some fun. That sounds very threatening. That sounds like a threat. Friends. Multiplayer? Oh, no, just the two here. Okay. I wasn't sure what it was asking at first. Press Y to launch your head and chomp things. Chomp bright pink ledges to climb up them. Reach the goal. Can you find all 3 medals? This is cute looking. Okay. Hey, it's not just Y. B also launches the head, and so does A, and so does X. This is... They lied to me. It's any button. Fucking liars. This is quaint. It also looks a lot cleaner than many other parts of the game have so far on this console, this version. There's still some shimmering and stuff, but it's like not as intense. Oh shit, oh fuck. I was being greedy. One thing though is I don't really like how Rex has like inertia with his movement. Could do without that. Yeah, this seems like a perfectly cromulent video game. A reasonable venture. I could definitely see what Chris was talking about though, but Chris also beat the game and I haven't done that yet, so... Different perspectives. I'm only just getting early into the game here. Oh yeah, no, Rare isn't done anything like this. Oh, coming back. Looks like oh no, I guess is it counting the one at the end? Oh, it's this one over here. Oh no, did I miss one? Or no, this is a separate one. Well, it'll count towards the total of 3. Yeah. Yeah, that was a terrible time in DK64. That took some time. That was like over an hour of me just doing that. That was alright. That was an okay minigame. I was amused. Whoa, it got big time rewards too. Got all these pages. And it made Rextro happy. And making Rextro happy makes me happy, right? Are we gonna get an animation for each one? Apparently, yes. Why weren't they just, like, bundled up? Whatever. I guess because not everybody's gonna get all 3 on their first go is, I guess, the reason. But yes, I'm the champion. Okay. I guess I'll keep going this way because, there might be something else. Or no, there isn't. No, there isn't. It just wraps around. So we saw everything that was down there. Hey, this guy's here again. No business with me, this racist dude. He doesn't like lizards. Alright, what happens if I fucking attack you? Nothing. I can move you around and interact with you, but it doesn't do anything as far as I know. Guess it's a comeback later sort of deal. Yeah, this right here looks terrible. Like, this is the example of the shimmering that I've been complaining about that this game has on at least this performance mode. It's kind of gnarly. And now I gotta see how this looks like on fidelity. Well, it's less shimmery, so it definitely eliminates more of that issue by punching in a higher resolution, while being barely playable and running like this, with gigantic input latency. Like, and we're talking a lot of latency. This is, like, rough. But it does make that look less bad. There's less shimmering on that. That's cool. Alrighty, back to performance mode. Cool. Buddy bubble. Neat. This water stuff is kind of cool. Is there a breath meter? Yes. You do sometimes, Javados. In this case, I guess it worked for them, right? How do I move down? I know that's like a... Maybe I don't. I'm like confused. Fuck. Like, what are these controls? They're weird. Okay, it's not letting me... Why won't it let me just aim down with the dash? Am I missing something? Because I assume that's what this is for. Oh, I just have to use this. That's why. Okay. That makes more sense. That is how it ran, Sidon and Dante. That is indeed how it ran. Pretty wild, huh? World's most obvious PG of all time. It's true. It's true, Kiki Dio. Repower Pointy. Well, hey. We got the thingies. Unless I missed some. But it looks like I got the things. Unless they had super duper super secret ones. It looks like a job well done. Cool. The water effects are pretty good in this game, even with the lower fidelity here. He's very excited to be woken up. Look at how fucking happy he is. Whoa, I got coins. Still haven't found out where I can use them yet. This game has a rumble hint, by the way. That's how I knew to do that. It was rumbling heavily in that spot. Yeah, imagine being excited for that. Fucking hate that. Waking up's one of my least favorite parts of the day. Especially when I'm being woken up and I have no sleep. Kind of like today, almost. I got some sleep today, just not enough. Did I go here already? This looks somewhat familiar, but maybe not. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Yippee. Waha! Making the noises. Okay, there's some quills over there, but okay, they don't want me to jump on that. All right. Pretty much, yeah. It's been a little rough lately, to be honest, but I'm pushing through. It's aiming at us, Hugh. Jump, Hugh. Felt like it'd been a while. Had to do it. Whoa, it's a minecart. That reminds me of Donkey Kong. Not for lightweights. Okay. So it's like a challenge. Kartos. The god of ore? No. More gems I get, more pages I earn. Alrighty. Grab them gems and bust barrels wide open. Press B to jump. Collect cannonballs and press Y to shoot. Alright, minigame time. This is very normal DKC stuff, yeah. Oh, I missed a gem. The jump was weird. This seems fine. It's a pretty normal DKC affair. I didn't get a perfect amount of gems though. I fucked up at the start. It was a bit of a weird jump. So I'm gonna miss out. Fuck. I had another cannon and I didn't even notice. I lost track. I assume this is very strict. Yes. Well, 2 out of 3 is pretty good. I'm good. I don't need to do it all right now. Or possibly ever. We'll see. Do I want to 100% this game? That's a bit of an ask. We'll find out. It depends how I feel about it. But yeah, that's more rare tier. That's more kind of their... You can see it in the game there. Honestly, though, at least that one's not too difficult. That's within any realm of reason. Okay. But there is a pagey up there. Slurp state. What is... Is it just a thing I'm eating somewhere? Oh. Metal. Okay, cool. So we have a metal power-up like Mario 64. Neato. Do I wish to eat all the eggs? That is the question. Really just depends on vibes. I don't normally 100% video games. It's not my usual thing. Okay, so being metal doesn't appear to... Oh, okay, nope. Damaging... No. I guess I can just do that and knock him off? Yeah. This metal power-up seems to last quite a while. Again, liking the HD rumble. Being metal has changed the HD rumble effects for my movement, which I appreciate. I feel like I'm moving like I'm made of metal. It's pretty neato. Sometimes HD rumble, pretty neat. I assume it probably does the same thing on the PS5 version, because PS5 has, like, you know, same sort of deal. The HD rumble feature. But yeah, so far, being earlier in the game, I'm having a pretty good time with it. This is pretty alright. Especially getting it more on a bit of a discount. Arguably, maybe a little too expensive, especially on the Switch 2, for what you're getting on the Switch 2. Feels like it might be punching a little higher than it should. I don't think this should be price parity. So, I think, at least for where I live with tax in Canadian buckaroos, I think it said it was like 30, 35 or $37 or some shit. It was like 20% off. But basically it's the same price as it is on all platforms. They don't like have a price difference between them. Other than I think the console versions are on sale and the PC isn't. Because the console version's got like these updates. Pat on the back. Deliver pain, no pleasure. Okay, so basically he just moves around and I what? What? What's with the bird? Oh, right, are we waiting for something? Or is that a hint? I figured it would just be drum pounding, but I wanted to make sure. It's going so fast now. Damn, we're so close. Too slow. Oh, fuck. Yippee. Whoa. So when can we expect Digital Foundry to do their analysis of Yuka Replayly and the Switch 2 update? I'm sure they're very eager. I mean, after all, if they're willing to provide coverage of Hogwarts Legacy non-fucking stop, surely they have time for a good analysis of Yuka Replayly. Yeah, we need to see DLSS 5B guy for sure. Cool. Wind effects. Beambofication, Jesus. Pretty good, pretty good. All right, I guess our work is presumably done here. Okay, I see the level down there. That's interesting. Do I die if I go down there? See, there's stuff down there. Hold on. Maybe there's just more of this level. Yeah, I don't know. It could just be all the same level. But I see, like... Can I just... Okay. Well, that's fun. Pretty open world, then. I think I'm going too slow. I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, I was not fast enough. Perspective's a bit weird on this. What the fuck? Yeah, the perspective's kind of hard. I have to look at my shadow, I think, or something. I don't know. I'll get it. It's definitely a little bit tight in its timing. Barely got it. What the hell? I just ground pounded the air? Cool. You ever just ground pound the air sometimes? Okay. So yeah, I do like that the This is proper, like, open world shit in the platforming, like you would hope. So that's neat. There's still more bullshit over here. Mr. Blowy is thirsty. I don't like that statement. Tasty berries. Cool, isn't it? Isn't it cool? Very British. Ain't it? Are those the berries over there? I also see that's like a jaggy. I see, so we move it around. There's big HD rumble when I do this. I'm feeling the parts move in my hand. It's so fancy. They sure do give me a lot of coins. Mr. Blowy gasping for drink. Throat all dive from hard days puffin'. Don't like that. Don't like that fella. Unwholesome, Mr. Blowy. Blowing air in a linear direction. He didn't need much water. At least I didn't fill him up like Mario and Luigi. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been just filling him till his belly gets really big and round and he starts sloshing around. So like, you know, there could have been a worse thing here. And it didn't go in that direction. So currently ukulele is less weird and kind of foul. So it's not as weird and freaky as Mario and Luigi. So we get that. We're spared of that for now. Who knows what horrors may await, though. Still been periodically dropping frames, which is a bummer, but at least it's nothing too bad. It's very periodic. But hey, yeah, this game, pretty fun. Like, nothing that's crazy. But I'm continuing to have a pretty good time with it. I like it when I have a good time with the game. Okay, so we're probably... Yeah, we want E mode for this. No gyro aiming. Surprising. It really kind of feels like... the, Okay, we have to... Oh, we can refuel it too, I see. Yeah, it kind of just feels like... this mode might have been a bit of an afterthought. Oh, this is way easier, never mind, holy shit. Fucking manual aim mode, fuck that. I think there's like auto aim too. Yeah, no, the aim mode's shit. At least for this it is. Cool. It's still telling me how to tail twirl, huh? You don't need shit, Desi. Stop stealing my frames, motherfucker. And to think, in the near future, I too will be able to experience... Oh my god. Okay, what are we doing here? Do I need the water? Oh, you have to wait for him to... He's like a mini-boss. Okay. I only need one more Jinjo. Oh, sorry, I mean Ghost Rider. But pretty soon, about a month, we'll be able to experience Bubsy 4D, another 3D platformer on the Nintendo Switch 2 entertainment system, which is what it's definitely called, the entertainment system. I always like adding an entertainment system onto it. It's always a good one. The real question is, which game's going to be better? Yooka Replayly or Bubsy 4D? Who's to say, really? Only I may be the judgment of this. I can be the judge. Nimbo's looking quite big. Leak water stream below. Don't like that phrasing. He's not leaking well right now. Yeah, they're just going straight for the piss jokes. Of course they are. I have to provide stimulation. The game's getting gross, see? You just had to give it time. So, like, they're starting to get weird with the water shit now. We gotta help Nimbo release his water. Yeah, they're just going for it. They're being really subtle here. Okay, so we have different power-ups. So, like, what? We're supposed to just use each of these? So basically we have to get, like, the optimal stimulation Nimbo temperature. So we have to, like, we're kind of doing, like, a mini-game order of, like, stimulating him. Yeah, it's a true British game. It certainly is. Wow, it changed the environment. Is that all we had to do? Or does it just depend on what we're doing? We might come back here later to change a thing or something. It could be what's up. Yeah, good water. Game has nice looking water. Very reactive, very splashy, good rippling. Looks pretty good. You know, for feeling as dog shit tired as I am, I'm surprised I've been streaming for as long as I have. I did have to take a couple brief breaks, but hey. Surprised I've been going at it. I mean, that kind of was the other time too, where I felt even worse and I streamed like 7 hours with a break between, big break, but sometimes that's how it be. Well, I don't know about feeling strong. I don't really feel strong. This is like an obstacle. Go through the rings. Yeah, time limit dealio. Oh, that's pretty short. I remember when Star Fox Adventures did these. Big fan of when Star Fox Adventures did these. Grab the page, eh?
Faster!
No, that was pretty fast. It was pretty fast. Little weird space dude. Oh, space dudette. What's with all the puns, huh? A lot of puns. That's true. I was done so quickly. I finished so fast. I'm a quick shot. What can I say? Yippee. Oh, I didn't get the bookmark up here. They certainly have a reasonably generous amount of these to move around. I suppose that's pretty useful if you're actually trying to get everything, which most of these games tend to try to make you do. I assume because this one's like supposed to be medicated, it doesn't. But you know, I'm obviously under no obligations to beat this game anyway. But you know, if I continue enjoying it like I do, I could definitely see myself doing that. It's weird that there's no ledge grab. That part's interesting. A lot of these games tend to have a ledge grab, but not all of them. Damn, that dude got launched. Okay. It looks like I just skipped a whole platform segment. Cool. Love it when I do that in these kinds of games. I just find a better or different way to get up. Always a good time. Freeform movement and expression. Oh, okay. So what is this doing for me, this power-up? Hold on. Frame rate here is weird, too. Oh, we're using this to fly. Okay. So it made us more, like, lightweight. Like a cloud. Well, dang. Oh, we can do that to, kind of dash into a thing. Cool. Okay, this thing just kind of moves around on its own periodically, so you can like follow it to get airlift. Yes. Otherwise, though, it's easier to just get this. It almost makes me think that they added this power-up system for some of these to maybe give you another option to make this easier. Well, as always, the only way to find out is by getting to that suck-in. It is a good question, though. Many are asking this. The power-up system might be kind of new because some of these feel like they don't always need power-ups, you know what I mean? Like for this one, it sort of seemed like you were just meant to follow this thing originally, and they kind of left this in, but it seems like you don't have to do this now. So I'm getting the inclination the original just straight up didn't even do that, so there was no power up there. So that's interesting. I bet at some point when I try the original game of this, which I do have on Steam, because everybody has Yooka-Laylee on fucking Steam, it was given away constantly. Willing to bet that if I try it, I'm going to be like, wow, this is fucking loathsome. That's probably going to be my takeaway. But who knows? Gross pig man. Don't like him. Don't like him one bit. No thank you. Incredibly British moment right here. Don't like him at all. He can die. Unfortunately, I have to find his stupid treasure. Stew on this. On the way to the camp, I'll be hiding somewhere damp. Whoa. Ideally, never again. Yeah, no. I mean, if I were to... At some point when I think I do a comparison, it's not going to be like a it's not going to be like an incredibly meticulous one, it's going to be like I play it for like maybe an hour or something. And I would get the idea probably. Yeah, I have ukulele. It came with free with my Xbox. Exactly. We got the jokes. Oh, hey, this is glowing. Whoa. Coins for me. That sounds like a horrible idea, Basmati. If only because the implication would be I would need to beat one of them. It would... That kind of format feels like it only really works for, like, a death stream format most of the time. Not always. There have been some streams they've done where it's, like, different. Where it's not beating a game, but you have to have a pretty good idea for that. No, I don't need to do a death stream unless it's something I know that it has like a limit on it where the games are inherently not so long that it kills me. So no, I don't think so. It's hard to do those kinds of streams when you're a one person, you know, thing here. I'm only one person. It's a lot easier when there's 2 or 3 people or something. Why should I survive if it's a death stream? I mean, I suppose that's a good point. Wow. Thank you for the giant 9 timer Chan emote. Maximum timer. Full of so much power. Apparently I'm on something here. A branch or something? I don't fucking know. I'm on something right now in that tree. I think I've been over here already. So they were showing like, okay, there's page stuff over here. I see it. I see what they're doing. I was wondering where exactly it was. And now I know. The second torn pagey part. 2 more to go. Yippee. Oh, there's the other one. Yeah, probably Sonata. Probably. And also, who would even go for it? I'm not a big time streamer. I don't have a guarantee of people throwing money at me all the time. That's pretty presumptuous for somebody who's baby like me. I don't have all these people watching me all the time. Many people don't even know I exist. Some think that I'm only told of in legend. Ugh. Gross pig man. Okay, this is a separate thing? Okay, what? Well, where am I coming back to then? I forgot the plot here. What am I... There's like, oh, the fucker who was like over here, was it? I forget. There's like some motherfucker. Where were you? Where was this fucker? Over here? Oh, he's over here. Right. I lost the plot. Legendary Super Mostomy. I wonder what that would look like. Wow, hey. But yeah, this, I would say overall pretty good first impressions here. I'm feeling pretty positive about this version of the game, other than the port for the Switch 2 being kind of weird. Kind of a little lackluster in spots, but also not terrible. Fidelity of the overall experience is lacking for the Switch 2, I feel. I feel like the Switch 2 is, based off what we've seen, far more capable than this. It seems like they took some weird shortcuts on this port. and the subsequent patching has not fully resolved everything here. That's been my overall impression. It's still plenty fine and capable though, for sure. Very playable, reasonably fine. Just not a super clean image. It kind of feels like they did DLSS wrong, or they're not using it for some insane reason, and I'm not sure which. Because, yeah, the Switch 2 can output a much cleaner image. I have seen it many times. That's true, Kikidayo, and that's the moment you'll know that I've become truly powerful. Oh, this is where you go when you collect all the fucking Ghost Raiders. Okay. I just stumbled into that area. Neat. I don't know if I'll ever remember that, but it's neat. Maybe they'll show me when I get them all. Bubsy might be my waking event. Which Bubsy? When I finish them all? When I beat all Bubsy? Man, a lot of enemies here, damn. We're getting pretty close to getting all Quill. Definitely not happening on this stream. But pretty neat. We've sure spent a lot of time here, but that's how these games go. The joy of platforming and collecting. You think the series completion's a good bet for that? That's fair. Reasonable. Okay, this just brings us back here. Okay. Oh. I like the rainbow effect. Like, there's a lot of things in this game that I do enjoy. Like, there's definitely a lot of, like, good things in here. The world design is good. I'm liking this whole area. It's aesthetically pretty nice looking, aside from the gross British Rare knockoff people. Aside from those fuckers, this is pretty pleasing. Like, it's got good art direction. And there's some neat ideas here and stuff. And good free-form platforming that I am enjoying. Lots of neat things. And the Switch 2 version is okay. Since this update, it's still lacking, but it's okay. It's weird that probably the only good, like, best version of this game would be, like, probably the PS5 version and no other, because the PC one's fucked. So that's interesting for sure. Not sure why this game is so cursed in that regard. I guess this is, like, second best version, probably. Xbox isn't real, so I don't even know if this even is on Xbox. So few games are. Okay, I see something that changed here, actually. That may be notable for collecting purposes. This whole area is full of water now. Does this guy have anything new to say? No, he still has no business with me because I'm Lizard. Yeah, this is new. This is all filled up. Does that do anything for me? I would assume yes. Maybe, like, or it's purely aesthetics? Who knows? But that's interesting. The world changed. Yeah, so far I'm not noticing what it's doing for me exactly. Maybe, like, if you go underwater, you might find something different. Could be that. I wouldn't know where to start. But we're definitely doing, like, at this point, I've spent so much time here. It feels like I've been to a lot of the areas now, and it's just about, like, locating the remaining scraps now, right? Like, it's narrowed down a lot. So we're kind of just looking for dregs at this point. Unless there's just a whole other area I've missed, which is possible. There could be, like, one more section I just haven't explored. Okay, there's this bit here. This looks like I go in here. Okay, what's this? Well, well, well. I found a secret little treasure room. Rampo's treasure chamber. Many goodies in here. And extremely shimmering gold. Hey, yeah. And no idea how you open. Very helpful there. Mysterious. Just locked in here. The controller's vibrating a bit, but I don't know if that's just because I'm near the PG and it's supposed to be like an indicator, or if there's a thing here. If there's like a hint of like... Okay, it's rumbling whenever I... Is it consistent? Is it trying to tell me something, or is it just like because it's doing it for some reason? Like, it's doing a rumble, but now it's stopped. Could be a bug, maybe? Maybe it's just rumbling for no fucking reason. Fucking weird. There are these symbols. They don't seem to do anything, though, but this is distinctly a different thing in the room. Unless this opens remotely in another area that's nearby or something. Could be that. It's unclear. Nothing seems to be on the ceiling. The fire hurts me, so that's not it. I cannot push this, it looks like. There is a push animation, though, but it doesn't seem to make it move, so... So this remains a mystery. I see. Very mysterious indeed. It's probably open somewhere else. So how are we doing? There's still a decent amount of stuff left. Like, there's an okay amount of PGs left. We've gotten most of the quills, so yeah, there's still a decent amount to find here. I guess it's just starting to get a little more hidden past the halfway point. But yeah, I'd say that's a good stopping point. The tiredness, I'm really feeling it, and I want to watch a bunch of good anime and TV show stuff. So I think that's a solid way to end things. Maybe I could have played more games today, and maybe that would have been neat, but that's not what happened today. We chatted a bunch, and then we played games. It was kind of half and half chatting, half playing game. Always more time to play games in the future. So let's oh, cool. We got Epic Dreams of the Ages music. So let me find a raid to target. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. These improvisational streams are kind of weird, and I've been doing more of them lately. But you know, that's alright. Sometimes that's how it be. I enjoy streaming. I'm glad I can do it for all you and that you people watch me. It is very appreciated that all of your support, and there was a lot of support today. It was very, very appreciated. I do not take it for granted. Yep, sometimes you've just got to do a thing. It's true. And if you want to catch me on Discord and join the streamer Discord thing, you can join that. You can keep up with things. I do chat in there. I do hang out in there. And who knows, maybe at some point I'll actually like organize some kind of a watch party thing because there was some interest for that. I might figure something out. We'll see. We shall see. But yeah, there's a decent amount of people online right now. There's a decent amount of people online. There's quite a bit of choice. My vibes currently is I think I'm going to raid my good friend Gamma Chris, who is streaming Crow Country, also a modern game. Yooka-Ree Playly is borderline retro, but it's a re-release and a remake, so that makes it modern, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna send you over to Gamma Chris, my good friend Gamma Chris. So do enjoy some Crow Country. At some point, I may stream this game too. And thanks everyone so much for all the support once again. Thanks for watching. And I will see you on Saturday. At least very likely Saturday. It is typically the vague schedule I keep. So there'll be something happening on Saturday. Who knows? I don't have anything lined up yet. It could be something really cool. I hope it is. Do a cool Saturday stream. I have some ideas of things I can do. And I have time to think about it. So good night, everybody. Have a good rest of your time zone. Probably evening for most of you. Take care. Bye-bye.